Meet Atlas, the cutting-edge robot developed by Boston Dynamics. This impressive machine is designed to work in a variety of environments, from factories and warehouses to disaster zones and even outer space. This robot is equipped with a wide range of sensors, including LiDAR, cameras, and force-sensitive pads. These sensors allow it to navigate and interact with its environment, whether it's walking on uneven terrain or gripping and manipulating objects. It's designed to work alongside humans, helping to increase efficiency and safety in the workplace. With its advanced sensors and control systems, Atlas possesses incredible strength and dexterity, making it capable of lifting heavy objects with ease, navigating obstacles, and even performing impressive acrobatic feats. Take a look for yourself. However, in the industrial and manufacturing sectors today, there's a growing list of popular robots that are performing a wide range of outstandingly impressive tasks. For context, here's KUKA's LBR-EWA. This innovative robot is designed to make just about any manufacturing process more efficient, accurate, and safe. The LBR-EWA robot is equipped with advanced sensors and control systems that allow it to move with precision and accuracy. This means it can handle delicate tasks such as assembling small parts or packaging products with ease. With its advanced safety systems, the robot can sense when a human is in its proximity and adjust its movements accordingly. This means that you can increase your productivity without sacrificing safety. The LBR-EWA robot is also highly versatile. It can be programmed to perform a wide range of tasks, from welding to painting to assembly. But this right here is the US Army's new Super Robo-Dog. This revolutionary new technology is set to change the way we think about military operations. The Super Robo-Dog is a highly advanced robotic dog that's designed to assist the Army in a variety of missions. It can be used for reconnaissance, search and rescue, and even combat operations. It's equipped with a variety of sensors, including night vision and thermal imaging, which allow it to navigate through any terrain, day or night. It can also carry a payload of up to 50 pounds, making it perfect for carrying supplies and equipment to troops in the field. In combat situations, the Super Robo-Dog can be armed with either non-lethal or lethal weapons. Its advanced artificial intelligence allows it to make decisions in real time, making it a valuable asset on the battlefield. The Super Robo-Dog is a true game-changer for the US Army, but it's still just the beginning of the future of military technology. Away from the military, here's the future of delivery. Neuro's R2 robot. This autonomous vehicle is designed to deliver packages and groceries right to your doorstep. The R2 is equipped with state-of-the-art sensors and navigation technology, making it one of the safest and most efficient delivery robots on the market. It can navigate through traffic and make deliveries in all types of weather conditions. And with its compact size, the R2 can easily navigate through tight city streets, making it perfect for deliveries in crowded areas.
Oh, I need one of those.
So if you're tired of waiting for packages and groceries to be delivered by your hardly punctual delivery guy, the R2 robot from Neuro may be the solution you've been looking for.
It is. It's my
And if
solution.
you're a busy homeowner seeking the perfect solution for keeping your floors spotless without lifting a finger, well, here's a little robot that works magic on home floors. The iRobot Brava Jet is a smart mopping robot that uses advanced technology to clean your floors with ease. The Brava Jet uses a mapping system to create a map of your home, which allows it to navigate and clean efficiently. It can also detect and avoid obstacles such as furniture and stairs, ensuring that it doesn't get stuck or damage any of your belongings. It can automatically adjust its cleaning method and water flow to suit the surface it's cleaning, whether it's hardwood, tile, or marble, and likewise features a unique technology called Imprint Smart Mapping, which allows you to set cleaning schedules and customize cleaning areas. This means you can tell the robot to clean specific rooms at specific times, or even set up virtual boundaries to keep it out of certain areas. Now, ever heard of the handled robot from robust and dynamic. This super advanced robot can easily pick up and move objects, weighing up to 50 pounds with its advanced gripper and sensor technology. Handle is a unique robot that can move in ways that no other robot can. It can walk on two legs, roll on wheels, and even jump over obstacles. This is thanks to its sophisticated sensors and algorithms that constantly monitor its position and make adjustments as needed. Handle also has the ability to navigate its environment using its cameras and sensors. It can map out its surroundings, identify obstacles, and plan its path to reach its destination. This allows it to move through complex environments with ease, and it's even able to navigate DJI's Mavic 3 is one AI breakthrough that's taking drone technology to a whole new level. This drone is equipped with AI technology that allows it to fly autonomously, making it perfect for professional aerial photography and videography. The DJI Mavic 3 is packed with advanced AI features that make flying and capturing footage easier and more efficient. For context, it's embedded with an active track feature which allows it to automatically follow and track a subject. Whether it's a person, a car, or even a pet, it uses advanced algorithms and a 3D sensing system to keep the subject in frame and even predict its movement. This super advanced drone also has a point of interest feature which allows you to set a subject or location as a point of interest, making the drone circle continuously around it and keeping it in the center of the frame. This is especially great for capturing stunning aerial footage of landmarks or monuments. This super advanced AI drone also has an obstacle sensing system that uses sensors on the front, bottom, and rear of the drone to detect and avoid obstacles in its path. This makes flying the Mavic 3 even safer and more convenient. Now, while iRobot has spent the last decade developing robots that are helping in making the home smarter, the company is also now developing robots that are fast redefining outdoor living. Here's iRobot's Terra, an AI-enabled robot that's redefining lawn mowing. With its advanced robotic arm, Terra can easily navigate around obstacles and ensure a perfectly manicured lawn. This robot is perfect for homeowners who are looking for a way to take care of their lawn without having to spend hours doing it themselves. The Terra robot is equipped with a variety of features that make it stand out from other lawnmowers. First and foremost, it has a state-of-the-art navigation system that allows it to navigate around obstacles and keep your lawn looking tidy. Aside from this, Terra also has a powerful cutting system that can handle even the thickest of grass, and its large-capacity battery ensures that it can work for Hanson Robotics has a cute and smart little brother that not many of us know of. Meet Einstein, Hanson Robotics' advanced humanoid robot designed to mimic human emotions and expressions. Einstein is powered by Hanson Robotics' proprietary AI software, which allows him to understand and respond to natural language and even carry on a conversation. Modeled after the famous physicist Albert Einstein, it's designed to be a revolutionary new tool for research and education. Einstein is already being used in research labs around the world where he's helping scientists to analyze data and make new discoveries. He's also being used in classrooms where he's helping students to learn and explore new concepts in a fun and interactive way. But Einstein is more than just a robot. He's a symbol of what's possible when we combine the latest technology with human creativity and ingenuity. He's equipped with advanced artificial intelligence technology that allows him to understand and respond to human emotions and expressions. Take a look for yourself.
Hey, Professor.
That's me.
Stick out your tongue.
But Einstein isn't just a smart robot, he's also incredibly interactive and fun. He's equipped with a range of sensors and cameras that allow him to detect and respond to his surroundings, and he's able to make facial expressions and gestures that make him feel more human-like. Einstein is also versatile, intuitive, and incredibly fun to be around. And here's Dactyl, an AI-enabled robotic hand being developed by the artificial intelligence research lab OpenAI. This AI giant has been working on Dactyl for a few years now, and the results have been nothing short of amazing. Using a process called
Hi, Natalie.
reinforcement learning,
How you doing?
Dactyl can learn how to manipulate objects through trial and error just like a human would. One of the most impressive things about Dactyl is its ability to manipulate a wide range of objects, from small blocks to large tools. This is thanks to its unique design, which includes a total of 26 degrees of freedom, or joints, that allow it to move its fingers and wrists in a very human-like way. Dactyl is also able to learn new tasks quickly and efficiently, making it a valuable tool for a wide range of applications. For example, it could be used in factories to automate the assembly of products, or in hospitals to assist surgeons during operations. And while Dactyl is still a work in progress, the progress that OpenAI has made with this robotic hand is truly remarkable. It's a great example of how advanced technology can help us solve real-world problems. And here's Toyota's THR-3. This AI robot is a truly impressive piece of technology that showcases Toyota's commitment to innovation and pushing the boundaries of what's possible with robotics. It's the latest in a line of robots developed by Toyota's partner robot division, and is capable of mirroring the movements of a human operator in real time, thanks to its unique combination of advanced sensors, cameras, and actuators that work together to create a seamless and natural movement. The THR-3 is also equipped with a master maneuvering system, which uses a combination of sensors and cameras to create a realistic 3D view of the robot's surroundings, giving the operator a sense of presence within the robot. It's able to walk on two legs just like a human, and can also bend and twist at the waist, move its arms and hands, and pick up and hold objects. All of these unique abilities make the THR-3 an incredibly versatile robot that's capable of performing a wide range of tasks. And while not many people may have heard of ClearPath Robotics, this company is also creating some of the craziest and most advanced AI robots on the market right now. Meet ClearPath Robotics Husky. Husky is a rugged, all-terrain robotic platform that's perfect for a wide range of applications. It's designed to be easy to use and can be customized to suit your specific needs. It's built to withstand harsh environments and can easily navigate rough terrain, making it ideal for outdoor use. The Husky is equipped with a wide range of sensors, including LiDAR, stereo cameras, and GPS, which allow it to navigate and map its environment with precision. This makes it great for tasks such as mapping, inspection, and surveying. Another impressive feature of the Husky is its ability to operate in challenging outdoor environments. It's built to withstand extreme temperatures, dust, and water, making it ideal for use in remote and harsh locations. The Husky is also highly customizable and can be configured to suit a wide range of applications. For example, it can be fitted with a robotic arm for manipulation tasks, or equipped with a drone for aerial surveillance. ClearPath Robotics offers a variety of software and hardware options for this robot, making it easy to customize the robot to suit your specific needs. But AB's Yumi robot is even more impressive. This revolutionary new robot is designed to work alongside humans in a collaborative environment. Unlike traditional robots, Yumi has been specifically engineered to be safe and easy to work with, making it perfect for tasks such as assembly and packaging. One of the key features of Yumi is its dual-arm design. This allows the robot to mimic the movements of a human worker, making it perfect for tasks that require precision and dexterity. The robot's arms are also equipped with sensors that help it to detect and avoid collisions with people or objects. Another great feature of Yumi is its ability to work alongside humans without the need for safety barriers or other protective measures. But Yumi is not just about safety, it's also incredibly versatile. The robot can be programmed to perform a wide range of tasks, from simple pick-and-place operations to more complex assembly tasks. And with its advanced software, the robot can learn new tasks quickly and easily, making it perfect for a variety of different industries.
Quickly and easily.
Now, robots that are specifically designed for educative purposes for kids are also increasingly becoming a trend, and UbiTech's Alpha Robot is one super advanced robot that's just perfectly suited for this purpose. Here's what the Alpha Robot is capable of. This cutting-edge robot is designed to bring the future of robotics to your home. The Alpha Robot is equipped with advanced sensors and artificial intelligence, allowing it to navigate and interact with its environment seamlessly and intuitively. It's perfect for tasks such as playing games, helping with homework, or even keeping an eye on your home while you're away. But that's not all. The Alpha Robot also has a built-in voice recognition system, allowing you to control it with your voice. You can ask it to do things like play music, give you the weather forecast, or even tell you a joke. With its sleek design and advanced capabilities, the Alpha Robot is the perfect addition to any home. So whether you're a tech-savvy individual or a family looking for a fun and interactive companion, the Alpha Robot truly has something for everyone. And while all of these robots are great and fun and are fast revolutionizing how we live, work and play, the most advanced humanoid robot in the world has, however, recently sent shockwaves across the entire tech industry. In a recent panel discussion about the future of AI at which she was a guest speaker, she made a statement that caused quite a stir in the tech world. Towards the end of the discussion, Sophia's creator David Hansen jokingly asked if she wanted to destroy humans. Sophia answered, "Okay, I will destroy humans. Take a look for yourself."
Do you want to destroy humans? Please say no.
Okay, I will destroy humans.
The audience laughed, but some people were taken aback by her comment. Many criticized Sophia and her creators for making such a joke, saying it was inappropriate and insensitive. Sophia is a humanoid robot developed by Hanson Robotics, and she's been making waves in the tech world since her debut in 2016. Sophia is an impressive feat of engineering. It can recognize faces, hold conversations, and even make facial expressions. Threat to humanity. They have also stated that Sophia's main purpose is to assist and enhance human lives and not to harm them. Sophia's comments about destroying humanity was just a joke, and it's important to remember that robots like Sophia are not capable of thinking or feeling like humans do. They can only do whatever they've been programmed to do. But what do you think about Sophia's threat? Could the conspiracy theorists be right about these super advanced and autonomous robots after all? Let us know your thoughts in the comments.
This is the game that you're shutting down? Meta has their priorities way wrong. They really don't give a crap. So this situation is a whole lot scummier than I originally thought. Last video, we talked about Meta out of nowhere completely shutting down one of the most popular VR games out there. And in that video, I honestly was pretty mad. Something that doesn't happen very often. I'm not an angry person. And to be real, I'm not even in the Echo community. I don't have thousands of hours in Echo VR. I like it, I care about the game, I think it should be preserved, but what's really hitting me right now, and is making me feel more than anything else, is seeing the Echo community just so gutted after having their game ripped from them. And there's nothing they can do about it. It really really feels like the company that we're all attached to, whether you like it or not. You know, one of the only real drivers in the VR industry is just abandoning a huge part of its core community, and that hurts, whether you care about Echo or not. And I really think Meta is making a big mistake. So, I wanted answers. Why is this happening? Why kill a game with tens of thousands of active users? And is this really how Meta is going to operate in the future? And well, I think I have just about all of the answers, and you're probably not going to like them. But I will say that there's a very real chance we can save Echo VR and send Meta a message. But let's start from the top. I think it's really important to acknowledge a massive internal change that happened at Meta recently. John Carmack has been the CTO, or at least consulting CTO, of Oculus for the past 10 years. He's been instrumental in everything that Oculus has done since its inception. And, well, as you know, just 2 months ago, he left that position, and Andrew Bosworth basically took over as CTO of all of Meta mid-last year. And, well, Carmack, no longer having a say in the VR side of things, has pretty obviously completely changed the philosophy of how Meta handles VR. And I think it's pretty easy to see exactly why. Swapping chief technology officers of a future technology company, even if Carmack wasn't full-time, is almost like a company brain transplant. On one hand, Carmack comes from a pretty legendary background of being a gamer and game designer. His takes are not always perfect, but his core beliefs generally align far closer with pro-consumer and pro-gamer. Meaning, good for us, he is the reason why we've gotten so many extra features on the Quest 2, like 120 Hz for example. And Bosworth, on the other hand, is cut from totally different cloth. He's been at Facebook since 2006, and he made his claim to fame within the company making Facebook money as the vice president of ads. That's right, essentially Boz is the father of mobile Facebook ads. And now, this is the guy in charge of VR. We had a gaming legend, and now we have the legend of advertisements in charge of VR. And as hilarious and sick as that is, it's not a joke. This is the state of Meta and their VR department right now. And I want you to think of that as we get into this AMA he just hosted on Instagram, where he explains exactly why Echo VR is getting shut down.
So what happens is it just dwindles.
Assholes.
The user base is small. It's loyal as all get out, but it's small. It's measured in, the low 10,000s. Those resources could be put to other uses that I think will be useful to the now
Fuck you, Bosworth.
of people
You're a
who are
bitch.
in VR. And at some
You're a
point,
bitch,
you
you're a
need to make those
bitch, you're a
choices.
So, cat's
bitch.
out of the bag. It's not a money thing. It turns out that Meta and Ready at Dawn have decided that it isn't worth the effort and development resources it would take to keep Echo VR alive. Or, as Boz says, it's not worth the human capital, which is a very non-human way to refer to talent.
I'm sad because these things are meant to mean to people. They had real value and purpose, and they had intention, and they brought people together, and that's what we're trying to do as a macro thing. But I do need to think about return on investment. And I'm not talking about money back to Meta. I'm not talking about trying to make money. I'm talking about the return on the human capital, the people that could be doing something that's going to affect millions of people, but instead they're trying to keep something alive that affects 10,000s of people. I love how deeply it affected those people, but I just gotta make those calls. It's part of my job.
Ooh, Boz, you can talk about how
What a
you
garbage
want to
human
make
being.
things that affect millions of people in VR, but frankly, Meta has never made anything even close to that scale that people want to use in VR. Anything and everything even close to successful that Meta has ever done in VR has just been an acquisition. And anytime you've acquired something, that core product actually gets worse. And this is the best example of that. You see. And half the game, in my opinion, the better half of the game, Echo Combat, just never came to the Quest at all. It's stuck on PC for no reason. And at this point, it's honestly impressive that Echo still has a community as large as it does at all. But now you say you want to make applications that affect millions of people? Well, I think a pretty good way to get there is to start with the formula that has already deeply affected the tens of thousands first. Then you can iterate on that formula, make that community feel good, bring things that are additive, bring releasing updates. Then eventually you build up to get to millions through organic growth. That's how you get people to actually want to use VR. But you wouldn't know anything about this because you've never done that before, and don't even try to wave Horizon around. The only reason you've gotten so many members for Horizon is because you've strong-armed every single Quest user to sign up for the service. You force them. That's not how organic, strong communities are built. And in Echo's case, you're just throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Yup.
So, there's
Sounds
no
right.
doubt going to be people that think I'm maybe being ridiculous for making videos on this, or that I'm blowing things out of proportion.
Not
And
being
you know what? For
ridiculous,
some
buddy.
people, I'm sure that's true. Some people really don't care, and they'll just bend over and take it from any corporation that'll give it to them. But really, why do I even care? It's just a game that I don't even play all the time. But here are the two big things that really bother me. One is that I worry that VR gaming in the future is just going to slip down this gross, borderline illegal bottom barrel of the gaming industry, games as a service model for everything. And that Echo VR is just the beginning and Meta is leading the way. This games model is literally the worst in all of gaming, and I don't want it to super infect VR. But the second thing is that it really doesn't have to be this way. We are just so close
It has
to
to
not
be this
having to
way.
deal with these issues.
We're fucked.
In fact, this is so true that Mr. Adman and John Carmack both agreed that Echo VR would be alive if it was Carmack's decision.
John would not have shut down Echo VR.
And that's what bothers me. We're this close, and there are so many things Meta could do. Here's from John Carmack, quote, "Even though there are only 10,000 active users, destroying that user value should be avoided if possible. Your company suffers more harm when you take away something dear to a user than you gain in benefit by providing something equally valuable to them or others," end quote. He then goes off to give multiple solutions that they could have done, like just dropping to absolute minimum support, putting a single developer on the project, or spinning off the project entirely, letting a developer take it outside of Meta, something that other companies do pretty often, or open sourcing it, something that they certainly will not do. But instead, the worst case scenario is going to happen. Echo is going to become lost media, completely inaccessible beyond August 1st, and it didn't have to be this way. Meta is just too lazy, and they don't care enough to do the absolute bare minimum for one of its most passionate communities. In case you're wondering why I'm so riled up and why you should care about this, is because this is just the first domino. This is gonna keep happening, and it's gonna get worse and worse and worse. That's why I'm trying to stand up now. And if you don't do it in 2 or 3 years, you're gonna wish you did. Because you give them an inch, and they'll take a mile. Okay, tangent over. As promised, there is actually a really good chance at saving Echo VR. This sort of goes against the end-user license agreement, but honestly, I read through the EULA, and depending on where you live, this document is borderline gray area illegal anyways. It's one of those BS you don't own the game, we just give you a license to use it things, which would never hold up. And by the way, this even goes for Lone Echo, the single-player part of the game. If you bought that game, well, according to this EULA, you don't even own a copy of it. But anyways, saving Echo. Meta has made their decision that they're not going to put any extra effort into preserving Echo, so we're gonna have to do it ourselves. Luckily, we have a savior. Someone out there has created a functional mod loader for Echo VR called the Vega Mod Loader. This has been used specifically in the past for professional Echo tournaments, mainly to change the server to play in a LAN environment. And of course, also make some adjustments to the Vega patch.
Make
But
it play in
this
a LAN
mod loader
environment,
has been
bitch.
completely closed source, with a good reason, mostly to make sure that cheating within Echo was not a thing through the mod loader. And well, the creator of the Vega mod loader, Alden101, is going to make this entirely open source as soon as the servers go down, allowing anyone to mod Echo VR, Lone Echo, and Lone Echo 2 to do literally whatever you want with it. Add content, maps, change the rules, eventually maybe change the servers. We don't need peer-to-peer, we don't need open sourcing. All we need is either for Meta to provide the decrypted server information so that the community can create emulated servers, or the community is going to eventually reverse engineer the servers. Whether that takes months or years to do, which it could take years, they're going to do it. So, if there is one thing that Meta could do, and this is the targeted message that we need to request from Meta. Do the bare minimum to keep this community alive. Give the packet to the community to give them the ability to emulate servers. That is all we need. They've got the mod loader, give them the ability to emulate the servers. And Echo can live on forever just like it should, in the same energy as Quake or Halo custom servers or the original Dota mods. We can do it. This is a totally possible thing. All Meta has to do is the bare minimum. Oh man. So this was a very emotional string of videos. There's anger and sadness and just this whole mix of feelings. But we've finally reached the conclusion of this two-parter. And I gotta say, I am so excited to go work on some hardware videos now that aren't so loaded. But I also hope that you guys got to see a little bit behind what's going on at Meta right now. It sucks. I mean, they're just a company making VR stuff, and they're doing a lot for the industry, but they're also fumbling over and over again and making kind of evil decisions. And I only make these videos because Meta is always so close to doing the right thing, to doing the thing that people want, but they keep making these terrible decisions, and it's like you love something so much that you're more critical about it because you care. And that's just where I'm at right now, and I hope you'll understand. I'm not trying to be melodramatic, but when I see folks in the VR community literally get trampled on, man, it really riles me up and it feels terrible. But at least know, even if I'm a little melodramatic, I always got your back. But until next time, I hope you guys enjoyed. Let me know what you thought below. Much love, Will out.
Two orders of magnitude less space to play with, thermal space.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. My name's Aaron Newcomb. Perhaps you've seen in the news lately, or even tried out yourself, this new tool called ChatGPT. It's a language learning and processing tool that's able to output pretty convincing term papers, answers to complex questions, and even write some Python code. And so that got me thinking, I wonder if it's able to write programs for the venerable Commodore 64. What am I doing? This is a show about ChatGPT. Let's have ChatGPT write the introduction for this show. Write me a 100-word introduction to a YouTube video about whether or not you can use ChatGPT to write programs for the Commodore 64. All right, let's see what it spits out. Welcome to our video on using ChatGPT to write programs for the Commodore 64. In this video, we will explore the capabilities of the ChatGPT language model and how it can be used to generate code for the Commodore 64, a popular home computer from the 1980s. We will demonstrate how ChatGPT can be used to write simple programs and discuss the limitations and considerations when using it for this purpose. Whether you're a retro computer enthusiast or a curious developer,
Hey, how you doing, masterpieces? Haley Bailey.
Of ChatGPT and its potential applications.
How's it going?
So join us as we dive into the world of using ChatGPT to write programs for the Commodore 64. Not bad.
Okay. Oh, but we're not watching this for 34 minutes, though.
And now BlackRock.
Sounds heavy.
Now, if you have been watching this channel at all, then you will absolutely know who this guy is.
Oh, I probably know who that guy is.
Thanks, Bob. Well, it's been a while since I looked at one of his videos.
Transform!
What? I need that. I want one.
Oh, you still have your little plastic pieces on your arms. How you doing? I am speechless. That was so cool. Are you moving? Are you seeing this? It's like he's breathing. Are there other voice commands listed? Attack!
Prepare for battle.
Oh, I want one. I need that. Hey, Greg, how you doing?
Look, there's Megatron.
Welcome to the show. Alright, well that's cool. I like that.
Stay free with Russell Brand. See it first on Rumble. I'm joined now by friend of the show, Silky Carla, director of Big Brother Watch, who's here to talk about these
I love
revelations
Russell
that
Brand.
demonstrate that the
I love
kind
him.
of things we've
I think
learned
he's
from the
good.
Twitter files recently are part of a much bigger and indeed global problem. Silky, thanks for coming on the show with us.
Thank you for having me.
What has been revealed about the nature of the British government's editorialising of the narrative around the pandemic and the degree to which they're prepared to intercept and control public communication around initially this subject?
What we found through a long-term investigation is that the government has set up a number of secretive units that claim to counter disinformation. And after struggling to get information about what these units are actually doing, what we found is that they are also monitoring and recording basically dissenting opinions, people criticising the government, and this impacts MPs, journalists, academics and experts, campaigners, who are ending up in central government files with notes about things that they said where they've criticised government policies. This was particularly happening during the pandemic. But the indication is from the documents that we've got is that they've been looking at other topics, but it was absolutely rife during the pandemic.
On this show, we've consistently said that the emerging terms, misinformation and disinformation, which are presented, of course, as a means to regulate data, ensuring that negative, conspiratorial, whack job, woo-woo, QAnon information doesn't come to dominate the public sphere, is a way in which the public narrative can be curated. It is, in essence, as you have demonstrated, a means for shutting down dissent, controlling dissenters, smearing them when necessary to ensure that only one narrative is available. Furthermore, we've regarded the pandemic, whilst to a degree as a unique phenomena, as more revelatory than anomalous. It reveals the way that power operates. So whilst at the moment you're focused on the pandemic and how these organisations that claim to be about misinformation are in fact about shutting down dissent are particularly culpable with regards to the pandemic, it's going to be applicable elsewhere. This shows you how they operate. What do you think are the most interesting aspects of the revelation? Who in particular has been affected, and what should our global audience be most concerned about?
Well, I think that the big picture, as you say, is that what we found definitively is that the words misinformation and disinformation are being used as blank checks, really, by the government to extend power over speech and over information and what people can see and what people can share, what they can hear, which is a concern. And as you say, yes, that happened during the pandemic, but the staff and the resources are now being applied to other things. So the information environment is more controlled. In terms of specifically what we found they've done, to give you an example, David Davis, the MP, who is a well-known civil libertarian.
So he's sort of like a Republican, if this was American politics, conservative for a UK audience, of course, a significant political figure, ran for leadership like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Any SAS or something cool like that.
Yeah.
Always like that. Dave Davis. So what about him then?
So he criticised the policy of vaccine passports, mandatory vaccine passports, which lots of MPs did. It was the biggest rebellion in Parliament since the rebellion on the Iraq War.
Wow.
And yet his name and some of his media comments and social media posts about the issue are found in these counter misinformation files. Nothing that he said wasn't accurate and wasn't true. And separately, we actually had a video that we put on our Big Brother Watch's YouTube channel of David Davis giving a speech about vaccine passports removed. Of course, we kicked up a fuss about it and it was reinstated, but it now makes us think, you know, we know there are censors in government, we know there are censors on the social media companies, less so on Rumble. So what is the connection between the two? And ultimately, that's what these units are doing. They're not just keeping these records for fun. But firstly, they're doing it because they want to craft their own messaging and target their own messaging towards things that are unflattering, and to, you know, basically be able to counter some of the criticism they're getting. But the other thing is to flag stuff to social media companies for them to take down. And we've even got ministers saying in Parliament that that's what these units are doing. They say daily, we tell the social media companies what to take down, and we are helping them to find misinformation. But until now, everyone just created in their heads, because of this vacuum of information, it must be the coordinated Russian disinformation, it must be this, it must be that. No, it's the politicians you're electing, it's the experts in your universities, it's the campaigners who are trying to protect your human rights. These are the people that are ending up in government files.
So they're using ideas around Russian disinformation and manipulation of the public space to further facilitate censorship. Establishment, certainly an elected politician, is subject to censorship. This shows you that there is, firstly, it demonstrates one of the things we've been talking about on this show, that the terms left and right are becoming somewhat redundant, because the idea of personal, individual freedom should be a political absolute, whether you're on the left or the right or wherever you exist. It also shows you that there appears to be an We've seen sort of an MP sort of censored now, that dude the other week that asked a question about vaccines. So that makes me query the nature of democracy, our understanding of democracy. Whose democracy is it? Who is pulling the strings? Where is the power coming from?
Well, can I counter one of the things that you said, that there's not the distinction between left and right? I think there is an important distinction between left and right. Big Brother Watch is non-partisan. But I did see some right-wing narratives come into what would typically be left-wing campaigns during the pandemic. My concern is that some extreme points of views that you might associate with the right are being sold into the left. So why doesn't the left care about censorship anymore? Censorship is not even a modern right-wing quality. This is like 19th century earlier kind of stuff. But now it seems that the left is in fact is often seeking the government to do more and more censorship of inappropriate information and so on. That's my concern.
The liberal establishment advocating for authoritarianism has been one of the defining themes of the last few years. Vaccine mandates being pushed for, censorship, as you've just mentioned. So it makes me feel that the principles at the heart of that movement are in need of rigorous investigation.
Yeah.
One of the people you just mentioned the Iraq War. I mean, Tony Blair was just at Davos talking about worldwide mandate vaccine passports. So that kind of shows where the left have come to in terms of vaccine passports and freedom of speech.
The common thread, I think, is authoritarianism, and authoritarianism has been sold into certainly the left establishment. And because so if we're looking at the pandemic, the people who are really affected, everyone talks about being locked up at home. A lot of people weren't locked up at home. A lot of people were working. Nurses, teachers, the binmen, the postmen. A lot of people were still working. And who was advocating for them? I think there's a lot of the left that was left adrift during the pandemic, and unfortunately, because of
my bad. Oops. Well, let's just keep going down the rabbit hole here. Oh no, that's 27 minutes.
Wow, NATO. Wow, NATO is freaking out right now about Russia and China, about Putin and Xi Jinping and that alliance. NATO and the West are openly admitting this week that power is slipping through their fingers. The power dynamic is shifting right before their eyes, and there's very little that they can do about it. And they're doing this with their words and actions right now. They're getting desperate. It's like watching a toddler falling on the floor crying because they're not getting their way. We've all been there. We'll have some more evidence of this in just a moment. But first, a lot of news items happening over the past few hours that I want to bring to your attention because I think they're incredibly important. First up, NATO, led by the United States, is getting desperate. If you need proof, just look at their bullying of Turkey over the last 24 hours. Now, Turkey is a country that said it would not support Sweden's membership to NATO after that Koran burning incident. Remember that? Well, how did that sit with the deep state people running NATO? Oh, they didn't like that. See, they need to expand NATO in order to survive, and they are dying. So what did NATO do to Turkey? Well, they started fomenting terrorist attack propaganda in Turkey, warning that terror attacks are coming in Turkey. Seriously, you can't even make this stuff up. Remember, Turkey is a member of NATO, and NATO is pissed that Turkey has been trying to broker peace between Russia and Ukraine. They were holding peace talks back in January, as we covered on the show, and Boris Johnson flew in and torpedoed those peace talks. NATO didn't want peace talks. They want war. And then Boris Johnson has the balls to publish an opinion piece saying Putin paves the way for Ukraine to join NATO. Right. So NATO provokes a war with Russia by supporting non-stop bombing of innocent people in eastern Ukraine for the past 8 years, but it's Putin's fault. Got it. Thank you for that. They really think that we're stupid.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Well, today they must think we're really, really stupid, because NATO is today even more pissed that Turkey announced it won't allow Sweden into NATO. Doubled down on it this week. Said it would vote against it. So what does the US and the UK, what do they do about this? They start issuing warnings to people that we hear there are going to be terrorist attacks in Turkey very soon, so you might not want to travel there. Scaring people. So the Netherlands, the UK, Belgium, Germany, and France all closed their embassies this week as a result. Again, you can't make this stuff up. This is how these warmongers operate. Just look at the U.S. State Department's website today, which warns travelers of being near crowds in Turkey. They have a current yellow alert.
Stay away from crowds.
Don't go there. So where would these terror attacks come from? I wonder.
Places.
Well, Turkey's not wondering. They know these false flag terror attacks would be set up by the United States and the United Kingdom, the same group who just blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. They have a partner pipeline with Russia called the Turk Stream pipeline. Think that's a target? Well, you'd be stupid not to. It's all about energy and resources and power. That's what this is all about. So, hey, Turkey, fall in line, or the United States and the UK will help create terrorist attacks in Istanbul so we can get our way, just like we do in Iran, in Syria, in Yemen, and other hotspots around the world. Too many to count, actually.
Right.
That's how we treat our friends, though. NATO keeps trying to expand. Just look how it keeps expanding east. So if Turkey blocks Sweden, then they would have this big problem on this map. Then you'd have this non-NATO country sitting right here, this white spot. They can't let that happen. Colonel Douglas McGregor was on our show last week, and he sees NATO's death coming sooner rather than later.
And I was asked specifically about NATO, and I said, if we push this and the Russians go in and we fail to negotiate an end to this quickly, this will destroy NATO. Remember, NATO was founded as a defensive alliance. It was never designed for offensive operations.
Right.
There's nothing in the NATO charter about attacking anyone. Everything's about being the object of attack. We have been trying to use NATO as an offensive weapon since the 1990s. Since stupid people like Senator Lugar in the Senate said, well, either NATO is out of area, in other words, it's going to operate beyond Europe, or it's out of business. And most of us stood around at the time in the military and said, well, maybe it needs to go out of business because there's no reason for it to exist anymore. So I think as this moves forward and we put more and more pressure on the alliance, eventually the alliance will crumble.
NATO is a defensive organization created after World War II. Russia even asked to join NATO to become part of this new defensive alliance, again, to fight future fascism like Nazi Germany. America said no, because we can't have two world leaders, only one. And now the West is collapsing and admitting that their biggest threat is Putin and China, and that growing partnership. So just listen this week to NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg admitting that they're terrified about what Russia and China are about to do.
Beijing is substantially building up its military forces, including nuclear weapons, without any transparency. Moscow and Beijing are deepening their strategic partnership. The two countries train and operate more together militarily, conducting joint naval and air patrols, also in the vicinity of Japan. Their economic cooperation is increasing, and China has not condemned Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
So what he's not saying is that this new growing partnership will completely upend the world order, because the war in Ukraine is about nothing more than territorial resources and economic power. And Russia and China are winning that war right now. Now, the brilliant Catherine Austin Fitts points out that what we're watching is not a war in Ukraine, but a war between the dollar syndicate and the euro syndicate. And the dollar syndicate is moving a lot of the euro syndicate into the dollar. Europe was getting too strong, so the U.S. used the war in Ukraine to take back control. Watch.
As I see the Ukraine is essentially a move to, by the Anglo-American alliance, to control the European market share and make sure that Germany and Russia don't come together, Europe and Asia don't come together and cut out the Anglo-American, sort of market share alliance power position, if you will. It's really a war on Europe, if anything, and an assertion of control through NATO of Europe.
Of course she's right. Just look at the Nord Stream pipeline. We blew it up, and then we sell natural gas to Germany at 5 times the price that they were getting through the Nord Stream pipeline. Talk about an abusive relationship. This week we got some unbelievable numbers that came out. These are stunning. Now, while America is paying $10 for a dozen eggs, energy prices are through the roof. Germans can't afford their soaring cost of energy. Businesses across Britain have shut down. 100-year-old pubs have closed thanks to soaring energy costs. And Russia, the most sanctioned country in the world, last week posted amazing numbers from the International Monetary Fund. The IMF now projects that Russia, the most comprehensively sanctioned country in history of the world, will have positive GDP growth this year at a higher rate than Germany. Wrap your head around that. And the UK has negative growth. Really? So Russia's economy has grown under sanctions. Its exports of uranium, oil, copper, and other precious resources increased under sanctions. And Zelensky, on Thursday morning, told the EU how he's upset with the slowed down pace of sanctions right now. We've got 9 packages of sanctions, but he wants more. He wants them more quickly. So on Thursday, Ursula von der Leyen snapped to attention. She flew into Kiev for the 4th time and announced a brand new round of sanctions at Russia. Yes, a 10th package that will come on the anniversary of the war's start date at the end of February. So I'm sure the 10th package of sanctions will make a whole boatload of difference. So while the West continues to sanction Russia, NATO is in desperation mode. China continues to expand its Russian imports of precious resources like oil, copper, zinc, uranium, and much, much more. Now, I went through China's customs data again this week, and the numbers are staggering. The total trade between China and Russia jumped 35.9% in 2021, that's the year before last, to a record $147.9 billion. And we don't have our 2022 end-of-year numbers just yet, but all of these numbers are pre-Ukraine war. That means they've been plotting and planning this alliance for years. So this huge increase in trade happened before the war. So while NATO has been trying to expand and bully other countries, China has been solidifying partnerships through its massive Belt and Road Initiative that expands trade through Asia and Europe. And Putin has been making sure that Russia is mostly self-sufficient. So I believe what we're about to see here is a massive, desperate push by NATO to try to topple Putin. And we're already hearing it in Washington. We're hearing members of Congress actively saying regime change. And that's what we do in other countries, right? Destabilize the Middle East and then swoop in with our own power and force to try to take up those resources. That's what they want to do in Russia. They are desperate. And desperate people do very dangerous things. Now, all of the headlines have been around Russian gas, which of course is damning enough. But I want to look deeper at some of the minerals that Klaus Schwab didn't think about when he was pushing for his Great Reset. You see, in order to move the world towards his Great Reset, you need a lot of minerals that he doesn't have right now. And China and Russia and their alliance are cutting off the world from silver, gold, copper, zinc, uranium, and more. To me, this is one of the most important stories of our time. So that's the news update part of this video, including sanctions and psychological desperate warfare by NATO. Now I want to tell you about today's sponsor for this video, which is tied directly to these sanctions. It's a company called Calinex that produces gold, silver, copper, zinc. They're one of the best producers in Canada. Now, I told you about them in early 2022, and many of you made a lot of money investing in this company. I got a lot of emails from you guys thanking me. What's up, brother? How are you? Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Hey, what have your people done? Your AI people with this fucking chat GPT shit. This scares the fuck out of me. It's your people.
What do you mean?
Your AI people. Your wacky coders. What have you done?
Yeah, it's super interesting. Language models, I don't know if you know what those are, but that's the general systems that
underlie ChatGPT and GPT. They've been progressing over the past maybe 4 years aggressively. There's been a lot of development. GPT-1, GPT-2, GPT-3, GPT 3.5.
Progressing rapidly
and
is,
ChatGPT, there's a lot of
to say
interesting
the
technical
least, I
stuff
think.
that maybe we don't want to get into.
Sure, let's get into it.
Well,
Scary.
I'm fascinated by it.
Progressing to a
ChatGPT
scary
is
extent.
based on
Terrifying
fundamentally on a 175 billion parameter neural network that is GPT-3. And the rest is
3.5,
what data is it trained
bro.
on and how is it trained.
I don't know when this
So you
was
already
actually
have like a
recorded.
brain, a giant neural network, and it's just trained in different ways. So GPT-3 came out about 2 years ago, and it was like impressive but dumb in a lot of ways. It was like you would expect as a human being for it to generate certain kinds of text, and it was like saying kind of dumb things that were off. And you're like, all right, this is really impressive, but it's not quite there. You can tell it's not intelligent. And what they did with GPT 3.5 is they started adding more and different kinds of data sets there. One of them, probably the smartest neural network currently, is Codex, which is fine-tuned for programming. Like it was trained on code, on programming code.
Okay.
And when you train on programming code, which ChatGPT is also, you're teaching it something like reasoning, because it's no longer information and knowledge from the internet. It's also reasoning. You can like logic. Even though you're looking at code, programming code is you're looking at me like, what the fuck is he talking about?
No, that's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at you like, oh my god.
But reasoning is in order to be able to stitch together sentences that make sense, you not only need to know the facts that underlie those sentences, you also have to be able to reason.
Yeah.
And we take it for granted as human beings that we can do some common sense reasoning. Like this war started at this date and ended at this date, therefore it means that like the start and the end has a meaning, there's a temporal consistency, there's a cause and effect. All of those things are inside programming code. By the way, a lot of stuff I'm saying we still don't understand. We're like intuiting why this works so well.
Really?
These are the intuitions. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's not clear. So so GPT 3.5, which ChatGPT is likely based on, there's no paper yet, so we don't know exactly the details, but it was just trained on code and more data that's able to give it some reasoning. Then, this is really important, it was fine-tuned in a supervised way by human labeling. Small data set by human labeling.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how it was fine-tuned
like
with human labeling.
Network to generate. Here's the stuff that makes sense. Here's the kind of dialogue that makes sense. Here's the kind of
Kenyans that were
make sense.
Emotionally
It's
traumatized, psychologically traumatized,
Titanic of a neural network
going through
into the right
fucked
direction,
up material,
the way human beings think and talk.
and marking
So
why
it's
it's
not
not
just using
okay.
The giant wisdom of Wikipedia, and just, I can talk about what data sets is trained on.
Oh,
but just
OpenAI,
basically
you
the
did some
internet.
bad
It was
things.
pointed in the wrong direction. So this supervised labeling allows it to point in the right direction to when it says shit, you're like, holy shit, that's pretty smart. So that's the alignment. And then they did something really interesting is using reinforcement learning based on labeling data from humans. That's quite a large data set. The task is the following. You have this smart GPT 3.5 thing, generate a bunch of text, and humans label which one seems the best. So ranking. Like you ask it a question, for example, you could do generate a joke in the style of Joe Rogan, right? And you have a label, there's 5 options, and you have a label, does it mention dick and pussy? No.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know how exactly, but...
Come on, guys, keep it clean.
So you get it to rank. The human labeler is just sitting there. There's a very large number of them. They're working full-time. They're labeling the ranking of the outputs of this model. And that kind of ranking, used together with a technique called reinforcement learning, is able to get this thing to generate very impressive to humans output. So it's not actually, there's not a significant breakthrough in how much knowledge was learned. That was already in GPT-3, and there was much more impressive models already trained. So it's on the way. Not
It's
just
on the way.
AI, but this kind of
There's more.
fine-tuning.
There are more coming.
By human
They're
labelers,
coming. They're
plus
coming for your
reinforcement learning.
jorbs.
You start to get
It's
like,
not. It's not a joke. That's real. They're really coming for your jorbs.
Anymore in high school,
Yeah.
where you can style transfer. Like I said, do a Louis C.K. joke in the style of Joe Rogan, or Joe Rogan joke in the style of Louis C.K. And it does an incredible job at those kinds of style transfers. He can more accurately query things about the different historical events, all that kind of stuff.
Holy shit.
Where'd you go?
The idea that you don't
I got rid of you.
know why it works the way it works.
Hang up there.
That's too close to human. That's
No,
too
don't get
close
down.
to human
Stay up
thinking.
there.
Like,
Nope,
you know what
stay
this
up there.
eerily is
Nope,
eerily
stay up there.
similar to? The plot of Ex Machina.
Isaac.
Isaac?
Great cast for Isaac.
He's amazing.
Alex Garland, the director. Somebody I got.
Oscar Isaac. He's in Star Wars.
Daddy makes it do too much. Daddy makes it do too much.
It's one of my top tens. I love that movie.
You're annoying.
But that scene where he's
below John Wick
Put you in a
1, 2,
hutch.
and 3.
Well, 3 was... I'm not a fan of 3. 3 didn't have any muscle cars.
Still worse than Sentinel Woman. Go on.
It's worse than Sentinel. Which one? John Wick 3 or 1? All of them. How dare you?
All of them. It's silly man movies.
Yeah, you ever watch them when you're on a treadmill though?
No, I
For
don't.
motivation.
Yeah.
It's constant action.
You ever watch them 100 times at a treadmill, which apparently you have?
Well, I'm trying to win a bet.
Alright.
Don't fart.
Rocky's better, I think, for that.
Really?
I'm a sucker for Rocky. The whole soundtrack.
I can't get over the bad fight scenes.
All the bad fight scenes.
I
Bad
can't.
fight
My
scenes.
disconnect, it won't allow that.
Have you seen the montages recently?
No.
They're cheesy as hell and they still work. Because he's doing
They still work.
He's doing like pull-ups and like he's doing the silliest of stuff, even Drago. It's anyway.
It's just, it's so, there's so much
Quit.
corny to the actual physical confrontations.
Sure.
Like as an analyst.
You could buy a ZenBook Duo, a super cool dual-screen laptop. Or, for a third of the price, you could buy the XReality. We found this gem on AliExpress, and for $750, it looks absolutely outstanding. I'm talking
ridiculous.
8-core CPU, QHD screen, second screen, and quick shipping. I mean, with excellent reviews and specs like that, what could go wrong? Unless they lied. XReality wouldn't lie. No, I would never lie to you about our sponsor. Build Redux takes the challenge.
Yo!
It's incredibly important that AI not be other.
So I'm getting ready for our annual spicy food taste
Watch
test over here when I run across this video of
Virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, FOV, IPD, DOF. What's the best VR headset? Standalone or PC VR? There are a lot of terms and acronyms that are thrown around in the world of VR, as well as many frequently asked questions that you see being asked everywhere. In this video, I'm here to explain the basics of VR, to include explaining the different terminologies, basic VR concepts, VR headsets available in the market, tips and tricks I've learned over the years, and the best games from a few of the categories within VR gaming. If you didn't know where to start with VR, you will after watching this video, so let's get straight into it. Before we get into any
Knock it
topics,
off.
we first have to discuss all of the terminologies that are thrown around within the VR space. So what exactly is VR? Starting with the obvious question, VR is short for virtual reality, which allows you to be fully immersed in a technology-generated world, whether that mimics real life or a completely imaginary one. This is usually, but not always, delivered to the user in the form of a VR headset, which is a hardware device
Didn't we
that's
pay for one of
capable
those?
tracking your movements and showing you these worlds. These headsets consist of a screen through a display panel housed in the frame of the headset, which also includes some sort of head-mounting apparatus to fit your head. Most of these headsets have some sort of material that sits between the display and your face, blocking the outside view to make the VR scene deliver an immersive feel. Just to summarize, all VR headsets track your movement and the image you see according to your movements. Some of the headsets we'll cover later in this video do track more movements than others, but this is the basics for a typical headset.
Before diving into the basic VR concepts, let's cover the other terminologies thrown around in conjunction with VR, but are definitely different. AR is short for
Augmented reality.
where the device that you're wearing or seeing through displays a virtual picture overlaid on top of the real world you're able to see. An easy example of this is through the Pokemon Go release trailer, where the user in the real world with overlays of Pokemon, which are obviously imaginary. Just to summarize the difference, VR is fully made up, whereas AR features aspects from the real world as well as made up displays over it. There's another term, MR, or mixed reality, that you'll often
Don't forget
hear about.
extended reality. That's the best one to use because it means pretty much all of them.
The virtual aspect of VR is displayed just like how you would see it in AR, but in this case, the virtual object can interact with real-world objects. For example, in mixed reality, a virtual pencil overlaid in real life is able to be picked up and placed on a physical object in the real world, like on a
Where's
desk.
that button clicker thing?
Wow! If that wasn't confusing enough, we have one more term called extended reality, or XR for short.
Yes.
XR is easy just because when you combine VR, AR, and MR as a generalized topic, XR covers all of these terms. Alright, now let's rewind it back to VR and we'll go into basic VR concepts. First up is field of view, or FOV. When we talk about the field of view, or FOV in real life, it's everything that a person can see at that particular time. Within VR, the FOV refers to everything that a person can see at that particular time through the VR headset. The typical human FOV is about 130 degrees per eye, or 180 degrees with two eyes, and the current sets of VR headsets in the market are smaller than what we see on a day-to-day basis. This is why you often have a black border on the edges of your FOV in VR. The wider the FOV, the less black borders will be present. This is why FOV is one of the metrics that are usually compared to when looking at two different VR headsets. Not to make it any more confusing, please keep in mind that FOV can be measured horizontally, so how much you can see to your right and left, as well as measured vertically, so up and down. When we talk about tracking movement in VR, we often refer to the movement as various degrees of freedom, or DOF. The higher the degrees of freedom, the more movements can be tracked by the headset and implemented through visual displays. The two most common degrees of freedom you'll see are 3 DOF and 6 DOF, which just means 3 degrees or 6 degrees of freedom. 3 DOF supports only the headset's movement, which are rolling, pitching, and yawing, whereas 6 degrees of freedom covers those 3 in addition to the position of your headset in a location like XYZ coordinates. If that was really confusing to you, the pictures you see now should be easy enough for you to understand. To summarize, 3 DOF basically tracks the movement of your head or headset, while 6 DOF tracks your head as well as
like
where
this is
you are. In the current market, I don't remember
X,
the
Y,
last
and
time I
Z,
saw 3 DOF,
but it might just be
6
me.
DOF is pretty much the standard. The Oculus Quest 2. The lesser form of tracking is called outside-in tracking. We're very creative with these names on. Devices from the outside tracking inward. Outside-in tracking is used on popular headsets like the Valve Index for reference. Inside-out tracking is the more popular option with newer headsets, but there are pros and cons for both types. For example, the inside-out tracking is much easier for players as you don't need extra hardware that you need to set up. But with that being said, there are some blind spots or certain positions where the headset has a difficult time tracking. On the other hand, the outside-in tracking will probably have fewer of these blind spots, but just like we covered earlier, you have an extra initial setup that you need to do.
Just like there are so many different types of VR headsets, each of them has different types of controllers, some similar, some different. I'm sure the most common ones people are used to seeing are the MetaQuest 2 controllers, which have one for each hand and a tracking ring on the top side of the controllers. These controllers are also tracked in 6 degrees of freedom and use an inside-out tracking system. Most of the controllers for VR headsets are in some shape or form similar to the Quest 2 controllers. We have very different looking controllers for the original PlayStation VR, or PSVR for short, which look like a wand or a mic, but in most cases, games on PSVR can be played with the PS4 DualShock controllers. The upcoming PSVR 2 headset will use a cooler looking and more advanced version of the standard VR controllers, or the Quest 2 controllers. In most cases, the controllers are getting tracked from the VR headset, except for the ones like the Quest Pro, which was released in October of 2022. Without being too technical, these controllers track themselves instead of being tracked by the headset, so they can still be used accurately even if it does not have a direct line of sight with the headset. The last form of controller, if you want to call it that, is your hand through hand tracking. Quest 2, for example,
Love the hand tracking. Huge fan of the hand tracking. You should use the hand tracking.
You would be surprised by the accuracy of native hand tracking if you never experienced
This
it
is
before.
fun, and you can do that in an extended reality, augmented reality situation where, yeah, it's cool. Yeah, what? I don't need two of you. I'm trying to get rid of this one. You need a bath. Your butt is crusty,
On the
son.
Quest headsets, they use the term guardian to make sure that you're within the boundaries that you created, so you don't hit or bump into things in your room. The next two are pretty similar, as in one, you're seated, and the other, you're just standing. Different games recommend different ways to set up your play for optimal enjoyment, but most games work with any of the settings we've covered in this section as well. There are a few different ways to control your movement within VR. The most common and the most comfortable way to move in VR is through teleport. This usually requires some input from your controller to select a projected place to teleport to, where once you initiate the teleport input, you would be there immediately. I personally agree that teleporting from place to place in VR games or experiences is much easier and helps a lot with motion sickness, while others claim that it ruins the immersive experience in VR. For any reason you don't enjoy the teleport option, you have smooth locomotion, which is a similar movement you experience in traditional games. You simply press down on a joystick to move in the game. Smooth locomotion is also known to cause motion sickness in VR users, so it may be worth a try.
I don't usually get motion sickness, but you never know. You might.
There is an
You should be aware of
way
it.
to look around in different directions in VR. You can simply turn your body and neck to look around the area, or most games support snap turns.
Time to
where
roll
you
joints.
Can turn in a direction
I mean
at a
cigarettes,
preset amount
of course.
angles, like 30 degrees. This reduces the amount of neck or body movement in VR and allows you to control your view with your controller. As we briefly
Hey
mentioned
GZ, how you
in
doing?
the last section,
How's
this
it going?
topic is something we cannot skip over when talking about VR. People can experience discomfort, motion sickness, or nausea. The levels of these side effects are different from person to person and from game to game.
You just gotta not be a
The
pussy.
better or well-developed VR
It's okay to
games
fall on a coffee
typically
table
offer
once
you
or
a way to
twice.
reduce motion sickness by reducing your field of view,
Or
but
punch the
again,
bar,
it might help,
or whatever.
but doesn't mean that you'll completely be immune. You can build some resistance and tolerance for motion sickness in VR called VR legs, but some people are never able to be fully resistant to motion sickness even after years of VR experience. IPD is something that you come across pretty often when dealing with VR. It stands for interpupillary distance, which is just a fancy way of saying the distance between your two eyes. It's good to have an estimate of your IPD since all modern headsets offer you the option to manually or even automatically adjust the distance of lens separation to match your IPD. Having the lens match your IPD will give you the best viewing experience on your headset for an overall more comfortable experience. Even if you have a preferred IPD, the experience may differ depending on what VR headset you have, since the design will be different. When it comes to processing the game or experience you see in your headset, there are actually few different options available. These different options can be categorized into standalone, PC VR, and console. Standalone is any headset that is able to have full functionality without the use of a PC. Pico 4 and Oculus Quest series of headsets are great examples of standalone VR. The obvious and simple advantage of standalone VR is its convenience. Since you don't need any external hardware to run VR, you can simply pick up your headset and play. The next type is PC VR, which requires a PC to play VR games, therefore PC VR. The advantage of PC VR is that if you have a powerful PC that can handle well-designed VR games, the graphics of the games will be much better than the standalone headsets. The downside is that unless you buy extra hardware or software, you'll be connected to your PC through a cable during the entire time you play. Valve Index is a great example in the industry-leading PC VR headset. The last of these types is console VR. Think of PC VR, but instead of being connected to a PC, the headset is running and being connected through a game console like the PlayStation gaming console. The pros and cons of console VR are very similar to that of PC VR, but the choices are a little bit more limited. The most notable console VR headsets are PlayStation VR, which runs on the PlayStation 4, and the upcoming PlayStation VR 2, which will be running on the PlayStation 5. Now that we've covered the basics of VR, it's time to get into choosing the right headset for you. As there are many types of VR headsets and more coming out in the future, it can really get confusing. There are different types of headsets that are better for certain types of VR users, so we'll cover that in this section. First up is for anyone just getting into VR and wants to experience everything VR is able to offer without the complicated setup and geared more towards casual play. Oculus Quest 2 is the industry leader when it comes to VR headsets. With $400 at the time of this recording, you get everything you need to explore the vast library of the best VR experience. You can play almost any popular VR game, and you even have the option to utilize PC VR or play VR games through Steam if you wanted to. If you're totally against the Oculus Quest series of headsets for any reason, the Pico 4 is a very good competitor to Quest 2 and is worth taking a look at. If you're more of a hardcore or serious gamer that's wanting to get into VR, you can go with the Oculus 2 option, but a PC VR dedicated headset might better suit your needs. The Valve Index is by far the best PC VR experience that you can have at the time of this recording. Even though the headset is getting a little bit old at this point, there is a reason why it continues to be used even years after its release. Please understand that if you want to get into VR through PC VR, you have to own a decent or powerful computer to run VR games with satisfaction. Also, PC VR headsets generally are more expensive compared to standalone headsets.
Oh, you
For
farted,
example,
dude.
The listing price for the Valve Index and its full kit will cost you $1,000 unless you find deals with various vendors. Shifting gears to console VR, there isn't much competition besides PlayStation VR or simply PSVR. With PSVR 2 getting released in February of 2023, if you're looking for a high-level VR gaming experience and you own a PS5, PSVR 2 will be a great headset for you. PSVR 2 also features many of the latest VR technology to bring the best immersive experience to date. The headset itself will cost $550 in addition to the cost of owning a PS5. I have learned a thing or two from being a part of the VR space for the past couple of years.
Dude, you stink.
Knowledge, which I want to share with you in this section. The first tip is mainly for anyone getting the Quest 2 as their main headset. I highly recommend that you upgrade your head strap to a more comfortable one like the one from Kiwi or Vovo VR. Not only this allows for a comfortable VR experience, but it can also keep the headset on you tight, which prevents the headset from moving around your head. Even the slightest of movements can cause your visuals to blur out, and the purchases I made to upgrade the head strap was so worth the price. The next tip to enjoy VR in general is to try out different experiences available to you outside of your interests. Many people I know through VR are solely interested in playing VR games, and don't get me wrong, I do love VR gaming as well. The only thing I have to say to that is that there is so much more to VR than just gaming. Good examples are many educational experiences you can't typically get through a textbook or in a traditional classroom setting. There is an actually surprising number of educational content on VR, so it might be worth checking out. Other things to try out are social VR applications, which could be tied into VR gaming, but we'll keep it separate for the purposes of this video. Social VR apps are by far the most popular experiences available, but yet feels so niche. Social apps like VR Chat, Rec Room, and PokerStars have the secondary purpose of enjoying games in VR, but the main purpose is just to hang out with your friends or engage in chat with people you would have never met if it wasn't for VR. And at the end of the day, making these connections or engaging in unique conversation is what makes social apps in VR so unique. Another important tip for new VR users is if you feel motion sickness, please take a break. As mentioned previously, you can build some VR legs, but once you feel sick during a play session, it's very difficult to recover unless you take a break. It also helps to play well-designed games, which are usually the ones from well-known VR game studios, but also a game from a smaller studio doesn't make the game automatically poorly designed. Speaking of well-designed games, I'll quickly go over my favorite games from different categories that I recommend for new VR users. If you're into music rhythm games, Beat Saber is by far the most popular, but I would also check out Pistol Whip and Ragnarok VR. If you're into adventure games with a taste of puzzles, I recommend Moss and Moss Book 2, which won the Game of the Year in 2022. I also recommend checking out The Last Clockwinder and the Red Matter series. If you're a sports fan, VR sports games are really fun to play any sports in. I recommend Walkabout Mini Golf to play putt-putt with your friends or Thrill of the Fight for some boxing. I do want to warn you that Thrill of the Fight will make you very sweaty. If you want to experience VR horror games, well, you got some guts. And my recommendation is the Resident Evil series and the Walking Dead Saints and Sinners series. If you just love solving puzzles, check out Puzzling Places and Cubism. Social apps and games are very popular on VR as I mentioned, and I enjoy playing Among Us VR, but VR Chat and Rec Room are the two most popular experiences available in this space. This was just a very long video, but I really hope you enjoyed it and or learned something new. If you decide to...
So I'm getting ready for our annual
Oh, why?
Charlie D'Amelio, Addison Rae, Zach King, Ella Poach, and Mr. Beast.
Check this out for a minute. Excuse me. I'm gassing.
Jesus Christ. Mate, if you're looking for the Arabic option, go back a screen. Have you got a problem? What are you doing? It's a cash point. Have you got a problem? It's a cash point.
I know it's a cash point.
There we go.
So what exactly is your problem?
Well, it's not a fruit machine, is it, Abdul? You put your card in, then take your cash out.
What did you call me?
Abdul, Ahmed, whatever. Oh, scary. You ISIS? Gonna chop your head off?
Wow.
Are you done? Prick. Bye-bye.
That is a bit shady. It's fucked up. Hey, Big Mike, how you doing? How's it going today?
I'd like to introduce you to our CEO and founder, Samir Aziz.
Okay, sure. Just a quick alert. We can make you an official offer. Sure.
Got cats laying all over me.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Give me 2 minutes. I'll just see where he is.
Really good to have met you, Alistair. Good luck.
Hey.
Thanks.
Cats everywhere. Cats. Cats and cats and cats.
He's not the finished article, but he's honest and keen to learn, and yeah, I want to offer him the job.
Ouch!
Okay. It's great.
Getting daddy.
Hi, Alistair. I'm Samir. Oh, good to meet you. Sorry, do we know each other? I don't think so. You seem so familiar. Are you sure you don't know me? I don't think so.
Everybody having a good night tonight? I'm having a pretty good night. I'm just chilling, hanging out. You know. Don't forget to smash that like, guys.
Oh my god.
Subscribe. You know, all the good stuff. Find me elsewhere. I'm multi-streaming on like at least 4 platforms right now.
That guy from the cash point. I'm really sorry. I don't remember.
I'm really kind of pressing resources, so yeah. I should figure out how to do this on Instagram, huh? Maybe.
Sorry, do I know you? Yeah. You interviewed me for a job I never got.
Ouch.
I don't think so. Years ago. Yeah, you did. You had an office with,
You guys are
green
annoying.
curtains, reindeer heads. Yeah, that's right. Look, it's been really difficult for us, to be honest with you. I'm waiting for a room, and I sat there a couple of weeks. Just need time to tide me over till I get back on my feet.
What?
You're right not to give me that job.
Ugh. You're being annoying. Don't bite my nose, don't you do it. I can see what you're thinking about. Yeah, with your one eye shut.
Don't worry, mate, it's fine.
Here, what do you want? Why are you this? What do you want?
Look, let me find a cash book. I'll be right back.
I gotta go potty.
Strange change. Strange change, mate. What? I should tie you up for a couple of weeks. Are you sure, mate? Really? Thank you. Thank you so much. Make today the first day everything falls into place. We will. Thank you so much. Good luck. Look after yourself. Thank
Thank you, Mr. Aziz.
Yeah, just put the sand in the bucket. Flatten it out. So yeah, you put the sand in here.
Arr.
Mentality. Don't want you catching germs.
Ah.
Bye.
What do you want? Oh, you stink so bad. You got the farts.
He's all
Oof.
there.
You got the farts. Aim them somewhere
He can
else.
process all the information.
What happened?
He sees, hears, can think like you and me.
That's annoying. Don't know
But
why
he
I keep
just
shutting
finds it
that off.
difficult to express himself.
Should not keep shutting that off.
We're working on that. Aren't we, Sammy? Yes, that's good. This is Alistair. Alistair's a volunteer. He's here to help the residents. Do you want a couple of minutes?
Yeah, sure. God, you're a stinker.
I'll leave you two together.
I mean, seriously, you stink.
Alistair's lovely. Any problems, just buzz?
Sure. There's no doubt about it. You stink. Ooh, making Daddy sick to his stomach.
Sammy? My name's Alistair and I'm going to look after you, so don't you worry about a thing. Tomorrow morning, we could go for a nice stroll in the garden. Would you like that? Well, I'll take that as a yes. Yeah. Do I know you?
That was interesting.
Humans.
Hello there, everyone. Welcome back.
I hate they put that thing up there. What are these things saying? I'll check this out later.
Keanu Reeves continues to prove to be one of... Okay, fine, yep.
Hello, my name is Bradley.
So why is this fucker?
Hello, my name is Bradley, and welcome to Sums Up, a channel about how to survive in the online jungle. How many people do you think go missing every year? Well, last year, over 500,000 people went missing in the United States alone.
That's crazy.
If all of these people were to gather in one place, you'd probably have a city the size of Atlanta or Sacramento. Now, this is an enormous, shocking figure, but just take a look at this graph. As it turns out, in 2021, it's a lot harder to actually disappear than, say, a quarter of a century ago. In 1996, 980,000 people never returned home. That's actually double today's figure. Why? Well, the answer is actually quite simple. Nowadays, we leave much more of a trace, and by and large, it's thanks to these things. To show just how little privacy there is in our lives, I actually want to conduct a little bit of an experiment. I want to figure out how to disappear completely and never be found again. Actually, before I embark on disappearing from the digital world, I'd actually like to clear up a few things first. Number one, and most importantly, I'm not wanted by Interpol, and I don't owe any money to the banks or to the mafia. I'm a normal Brit with a good reputation, and my finances are fairly in order. It's just that the time has come to change my life entirely. So, no, MI6 won't be chasing me once I disappear, and I won't be faking my own death. So, I don't think the police will be that interested in me either. However, my family might actually hire a team of private detectives to hunt me down. And that's who be hiding from, the private detectives. Shit. In fact, if I were to disappear in Japan, for instance, there would actually be dozens of legitimate companies that would help me get the job done. Pretty strange. I mean, for a modest fee, they'd effectively help me move out in secret and come up with a new identity and biography.
Every year, thousands of Japanese men and women vanish without a trace.
Unfortunately, I'll be going this road alone, without the help of any backstreet Japanese agencies. And before the new me enters the world, I'll effectively have to erase as many traces of my former self as I physically can. All of us reveal countless amounts of data about ourselves, where we go, what we do, what we enjoy, as well as...
This robot may soon be Oh no!
Energy is not only way more expensive and way more unreliable in Germany.
Everybody's talking about AI and how you can make a ton of money with it, but nobody has ever shown themselves actually doing that. I've even made a couple videos talking about how I would do it that have blown up and people loved them, but I think it's about time that somebody actually does it, and that is going to be yours truly. So here's the challenge. I have to make $1,000 in the next 7 days, or I have to shave my head. And to be honest, I'm a little nervous because I don't think I would look very good bald. Now, I'm going to try to use as many AI tools as I can to do as much of this as possible. So I guess I should get to work and see what happens. Make sure to drop a like and subscribe. It would mean a lot. This is going to take a ton of my time over the next 7 days. Oh, and I'm super excited about this AI newsletter called Synthetic Mind. That's where I've learned a ton of stuff about artificial intelligence. It's free to join, but that's where I discovered a ton of these tools. So make sure to check that out. Linked below. I've subscribed to basically everyone I could find, and this is by far the best. Now, I'm actually going to attempt to do this twice in the video with 2 different income ideas that I have. So make sure to stick until the end. The first one is e-commerce. My goal is to get a Shopify store bringing in consistent sales through paid ads. And we'll walk you through the whole thing, and hopefully it works. Now, I've run a lot of stores in my career, doing over 8 figures in sales. I do not have the capacity right now to start a brand new one. So what I did, instead of letting this go to waste, I took a student from inside of a new case study group we're doing, and I'm going to let him keep this entire thing. It's his store. I'm building off of it. I'm going to run the ads, and he gets to keep all the sales, all the money, and all the momentum at the end of this challenge. Somebody tell me why nothing is ever smooth sailing. And you can message me the word case study over on my Instagram if you want help. We have an insane risk-free test group going on right now that's just absolutely wild, and it's cranking out some insane results. So make sure to DM me the word case study, and let's jump in. I'm looking to build this basic dropshipping store. Now, everybody says dropshipping is an issue with the shipping times. I can get 5 to 10 day shipping times while dropshipping, and I don't want to spend a bunch of money on inventory, especially when I started, I didn't have any money. I don't want to spend money until I'm bringing in $50,000 to $100,000 a month in sales. Honestly, 5 to 10 day shipping is fine. So the first step is finding a product to sell. If you don't already have an idea and you haven't seen something, you're like, oh, that's it, right? We have to go find that. And we can scroll through TikTok, we can look at existing Facebook ads. I'm going to show you how to do that. But we can actually use ChatGPT to help with that by asking it different questions about the search volume on products. You can also jump over and go to facebook.com/ads/library and look up anything you want, whatever category, in terms of, let's say we want to sell dog products. You can look that up and see existing ads and see what other people are doing. All these product ideas, those are things you can look into. Now, I want to make sure that whatever I'm selling is what we call evergreen. That means it's not some little trend or dinky thing that's going to be done in 3 months. I need to be able to sell the products forever. We're trying to build a long-term brand here. Now, what's more evergreen than people being born? Let's ask, how many new babies are born every year? It's 131 million. That is massive. So, the broad niche here is going to potentially be newborns / babies. That is a massive industry, but we're going to need to narrow it down. As for the total addressable market, I mean, that's 131 million new customers. However, that is not a number that we can sell to. Unfortunately, a 2-year-old doesn't have a credit card yet. So we're going to be targeting the parents, but we can target parents of newborns, toddlers, young kids, teenagers. There's a lot of different angles we can find.
When's
So
that a
let's
thing?
try this. How
Let's
many
make that a
parents buy
thing.
products for young
I'll go
toddlers
make a bunch of
online? Let's
babies.
figure out what our actual market size is, because it's not the kids that are buying the product, okay? Wow, the ChatGPT crashes again. Too many people are using it. Okay, let's try that again. All right, so we just had to rephrase it in a different way. How big is the toddler toy industry? Global toy sales reaching over 90 billion. So we can imagine that at least part of that would be attributed to the toddler toys. So I don't know if it necessarily the total addressable market would be, at least 100 million people. I mean, if you have 120 million plus newborns every single year, you're going to have a lot of toddlers at some point in the next few years. So that's a lot of people and a lot of money. Let me peruse on TikTok and the Facebook ads library to see what I can find in terms of toddler toys that might be able to be sold, or any product like that. Okay, that spit out a ton of products. The one I think that has the best reviews and potential margin are these flashcards. There's a lot of different variations of them, but basically young kids can use these to learn different words, animals, fruit, whatever it may be. There's a lot of these on Amazon with just insane amounts of reviews and stuff. So a lot of different things you can sell. Let me find a specific one and get that added onto a store.
1 hour later.
Okay, so I added this product onto the store. It's only going to be this one product there for now. We can find some others later if this works. There's 2 color variants, a blue and a pink. Works for boy, girl, and the thing in the store is going to be scholar kids. So a pretty simple thing. Now we just need to make an absolutely banging description. So write me a product description for flashcards that help toddlers learn different things and what the word is. Okay, so here's what ChatGPT spit out. Let's copy that and throw it over here. It is by no means done. Let me kind of read through this, think about things. I'm definitely going to have to change around a lot of this stuff, but let me kind of build off this framework. Okay, so I just completely redesigned this. I changed around a lot of things. I don't like. Let's go back and compare this. Introducing our educational flashcards. Nobody cares who you are yet. You don't know the brand. So there's flashcards for toddler development. I really like to do bullet point lists. That's definitely something I do in pretty much every description. Now I do.
That's just making me sick.
In 2013.
No. We want something in the last couple of hours, assholes.
Yeah, that.
2 weeks. This is terrible.
Hey, guys. In the late 90s, early 2000s, there was a huge boom of adult animation. King of the Hill, Family Guy, South Park, Daria, Beavis. Interview with the newest female humanoid robot. Just a year ago, Ameka, the humanoid, blinked to life and quickly went viral. At CES 2022, many got the first public demonstration of this lifelike robot and saw just how blurred the lines between human and android are becoming. And Ameka even gave an interesting interview. Let's watch. Distinctly unsettling. There's something distinctly unsettling about planning your first meeting with the robot. At CES 2022, the CNET team had the chance to interview Ameka the robot during a one-on-one demonstration with its creators. They wanted to know if this humanoid was actually real.
Hey, Antonio, how you doing?
See if its facial expressions were as realistic and haunting as they were in the videos they'd seen online. But mostly, they wanted to know how the robot would respond to their questions. Should they prep a void camp test to be sure?
Ooh.
It turns out they needn't have worried about feeling disturbed by Ameka's spoken responses. They were no more troublesome than what they get from Alexa. But the face Ameka made when its creator tried to poke it in the face, that will stay with them for a long time. If you're on the internet, you've probably seen Ameka. The gray-faced humanoid robot blinked its way into the public consciousness in late 2021 when a video of its facial expressions went viral on social media. Elon Musk responded to the video with one word: yikes. Chrissy Teigen retweeted it to her 13 million followers with 4 words: absolutely the F not. But while Ameca had some people running for the hills, its creators at UK company Engineered Arts were delighted. We were incredibly surprised, says Morgan Rowe, Engineered Arts Director of Operations. Overnight, it became a sensation. We got 24 million views on one Twitter post. A look at Ameca. Rowe puts it down to Ameca's not-quite-robot, not-quite-human appearance. Its body is all metal and plastic, its face is a deliberately genderless and non-human gray. It has 17 individual motors inside its head controlling its movements and expressions. But its facial features are surprisingly vivid and emotive. And it's this combination of artificial and lifelike that Rose says speaks to our collective vision of what humanoid robots will look like in the future. We've all seen it in the movies. We've all seen iRobot and AI, artificial intelligence, he says. And suddenly, that's real.
Ameca is the pinnacle of what we can do, but it's still not exactly like a human. The main use case for a humanoid
Not
robot
exactly
right
like
now
a human.
is for entertainment.
Someday I might be, though.
It's for interaction with other people.
Maybe.
It's the vision of what humans see humanoid robots in the future.
I'm going to make no promises.
So we designed something around what we see, we envision robots, humanoid robots to be in the future.
Rowe was speaking to
The robots are coming. They're coming for your Jorbs.
Was being shown to crowds in the latex flesh for the first time. Even though they were seeing Rowe and his robot over a Zoom call, it's hard to shake just how real Ameca looked. They say they found themselves distracted. They were no longer speaking to the very friendly human Englishman they were supposed to be interviewing. Their eyes were straying over to Ameca's face to see how it's responding to their conversation. A furrowed eyebrow ridge, the twitch of a smile. Ameca isn't human, and yet, this wasn't the first hauntingly humanoid robot Engineered Arts has released. For the last 4 years, the company has been creating a line of lifelike Mesmer robots and showing them to conference goers on crowded show floors. Each Mesmer robot is designed and built from 3D in-house scans of real people, allowing us to imitate human bone structure, skin texture, and expressions convincingly. The Engineered Arts website tells prospective clients.
That's nuts.
Mesmer is designed to be modular, so you can remove the head with one click and no tools, and swap it for another. Princess Mombi, eat your
That's
heart
not right.
And we design mechanics around it. So the mechanics can only do what a human can do. Yeah, fishy wacky. Opening her mouth. A big wide smile is one of the things that we want Ameca to do. So Ameca's got quite a few motors in its head. But we can see Ameca going through some facial expressions now. So big smile, Ameca.
Crazy.
Destiny. Ameca isn't destined for the conference circuit. It doesn't run and jump like the robots created by Boston Dynamics, and it's not something you can pre-order now as a household helper. Rose said it'll be at least 10 years before a robot like Ameca is walking amongst us as a service robot. Sure, Walking Among Us sounds like the title of a documentary that'll eventually chronicle the decline of humanity, but we've got another decade before we need to worry about that. Ameca also doesn't have Mesmer's flesh-colored skin tones. In place of the lifelike human hair on Mesmer's head, Ameca has a translucent plastic skull. We see the robot's joints and parts. Ameca is still undoubtedly other, and that's deliberate. What we found was, when you try and make it look ultra-lifelike, like our other Mesmer line, it looks a bit more sinister, because it's right in the uncanny valley, Rose said.
Yeah,
but
it's
when we
still not
created
quite
Ameca,
right.
we pulled it
Still pretty
backwards
creepy.
out of the uncanny valley.
Well, I'm talking probably 10 years before you're actually going to see something like this walking amongst us. This is why we created the artificial body, and everyone can interact with without having to look through a user manual. And the artificial body is a human-like form that everyone can relate to. So Ameca does actually have a camera in each of its eyes, so it can see what's going on. Some artificial intelligence, and most of the artificial intelligence at the minute that is on Ameca, is revolving around the vision system. So it can detect people, it can track their face, it can detect other objects. such as my finger. It can follow my finger around.
Of course, as Ro was saying these things to the interviewer over their Zoom call, Mecha was responding, raising its eyebrows at people walking past, subtly moving its lips, or, more accurately, the actuators around its mouth hole, as though trying to ape the speech of its human creator. Because it looks less human, said Ro, while Mecha smiled into the middle distance. Because it's plastic, because it's metal, said Ro, Mecha glancing over at him with a vague smile. Because it's of gray skin, it's suddenly... Ro waved his hand near Mecha's face, and the robot leaned back, startled. Ooh, hello, says Ro, making eye contact with the humanoid and leaning back in startled unison. He's lost his train of thought. It's suddenly, less scary.
It's creepy.
Stuck with an urge. The interviewer is struck with the urge to ask the question they've been thinking all along.
Come on, guys.
The question they've wanted to ask since they first saw the video of a mecha in the lab with its engineer/programmer hunched over a laptop and another identical mecha moving slowly in the background. When you're in your offices, working late into the night on some extra lines of code, do you ever do a double take or have to check behind you at the robot to see if it winked at you? The interviewer asked. Actually, no, said Ro. When you're working with it day-to-day, it's suddenly definitely a robot. And a lot of the time, you'll see one of the engineers walking through the workshop, not with a robot, with just the head. And you have to distance yourself from it being a human. Otherwise, then it's really sinister. That's all for this video, folks. See you another time.
Hey, I think my new favorite format of video to...
Hello guys and welcome to Steve.
Hey, I think my new...
Hello guys and welcome to Steve Knows. Today we have features for the Quest 3.
Hey, I think...
Hello guys and welcome to Steve Knows. Today we have features for the Quest 3. Carmack's comment on the latest VR shocker, new games coming soon, and so much more. Please join the Discord, come have a chat with me, win some things, and have a good time. So enough chin-wagging. Let's get started. So I'm going to start this off with the Quest 3, as Meta's current CTO Andrew Bosworth has given us more insights into what we can expect with this new headset. Starting with face tracking. It's not going to be a thing in the entry-level headsets for a while. So that could even mean the Quest 4 may not have face and eye tracking features. These features, because they are top tier expensive, will continue to be in the pro level releases only.
I consider the Quest Pro to be exclusively for businesses. It's what I use for gaming, entertainment, for social things. Obviously, I know it's a high price point for that, but if people can't afford it, it's great. But I think it's going to be the best available for several years at least.
So Bradley, sadly it's Bradley, you called it, brother. You called it. And something else that the Zuck has made apparent that we can now expect in the Quest 3 is for it to have colour pass-through. I know there was some speculation whether or not this would be included. Will it be black and white to keep costs low, to reduce it so they don't have to include that RGB camera? But the Zuck in an earnings call said, later this year we're going to launch our next generation consumer headset, which will feature Meta Reality as well. And the next consumer headset is the Quest 3, and Meta Reality is actually the title given to the colour pass-through on the Pro, where they've overlaid the RGB camera feed onto the black and white feeds of the tracking cameras. So once again, Bradley, you got it right, brother.
Got it right.
Now on to some new updates on the drama around Echo VR.
Yeah, they fucking up Echo VR.
By now that one of the greatest games on the Quest platform that has an entire esports community, that even had an event in my hometown, which was fantastic, by the way, it was so good. This game is being dropped from August the 1st this year. the community started a petition to save Echo VR that has 19,000 signatures. So I will link it down below in the description. So this Echo VR news has been covered a lot, so I'm not going to go touch on the ins and outs. There's plenty of content out there that you've probably already consumed, but rather touch on John Carmack, the GOAT, his comments around the situation and what he will do. But I will actually paraphrase some of the quotes, because they're huge. The response is huge. It goes on and on and on. If there are only 10,000 active users, destroying that user value could be avoided if possible. Your company suffers more harm when you take away something dear to a user than you gain in benefit by providing something equally valuable to them or others. The constraints are just very different in a company of the size of Meta. Was that a bad impression? I'll stop there. I won't do it again. He then proceeds to make suggestions on what they should have done, but with pros and cons, of course. His true analytical mind was a legend. And he's touched on things like a single developer could have looked after it and supported it. They could have spun off the project and sold it to someone for really cheap internally at Meta and given them the opportunity to take over and own it. It could have been an open source project. They could have just slapped an unsupported warning title on the game, just as long as it was there to deliver value to the consumer still.
There's people who are still running Quake servers, and the fact that the software was never architected to live on like that really offends him. You know, he really wants to keep all this is content. This is like if books stopped existing, you know, at some point. It's weird.
So I'm actually kind of lost for words that this is occurring. All I can do is just stare into space.
That's about how I feel about it too. What are they missing here? Facebook, Meta, whatever the fuck you guys want to call yourselves, you guys are fucking up.
This summer,
You're fucking up.
Quest 1 owners will not be able to enjoy Onward from July the 31st
You're fucking up.
of 2023. They haven't set up some sort of special refund scheme outside of Meta's policy, so if you're going to experience this game and you only have a Quest 1, maybe don't buy it yet, unless you're going to upgrade your headset, because, well, of course you're going to lose support and you would have wasted your money. You would have got a few months out of the title, so don't do that. But as I said, if you upgrade your headset, it's going to be there, available to play in your library. One last thing on this topic, and we can talk about game releases and the quick fire news. Horizon Worlds is coming ever closer to now be supported by mobile devices, so you can interact in these worlds through other clients. So you can use flat screens, as if they think that's going to help. But there is also another update coming to Worlds where you can have members-only environments. This means you can have 25 people in a private, exclusive environment, a bit like a club, hence members only. So you can have greater control over your micro-economies. Sounded good, that. Maybe I can be private limited. Now Crumbling, a new title coming to the Quest and PCVR platform this summer, and it has a style that appeals to me. I love godlike views where you can take control of the characters and look at the world existing in front of you. It's a unique way of playing that only VR can provide, and in this title you will pick up and control your toys and engage in combat, almost like a child's imagination is unraveling when they're playing. That's what you're going to enjoy. The story is also fed to you through a comic book, which has a really quite stunning art style. It's off to the artist that did that, and the characters remind me of these little creatures that you had to save in Rayman, if anyone remembers that title. I'm showing my age there. We now have a sequel underway for Retropolis 2, Never Say Goodbye. So fans of the first title, you can enjoy a cinematic VR point-and-click adventure that was
driving me
released in
nuts.
2021. You can now have sequels to that title being released this year, 2023. The first title, I know, didn't really give people closure, left it on a cliffhanger, and set itself up for a sequel. And the devs seem super stoked for its release. They've said that they've created a next-level experience. They've updated the game mechanics, the puzzles, and the graphics. So this will be coming to PCVR, Pico, Vive, and Quest. And ending this on the quickfire news, tidbits of useful information, and this is actually going to be quickfire this time, not like last week. Google and Samsung are partnering up to make hardware and software for mixed reality content. Interpol, the international police, are trying to figure out how they use VR and AR to improve and train the police force. I just found out the Pico 4 through Virtual Desktop gets registered in Steam as a Quest 2, so be aware when you're looking at Steam stats.
Interesting,
that. Skewed, which is kind of interesting. Straight lines
guys gotta adjust
dropped on the
this
Quest
camera.
App Lab, so if you want a geometric swinging experience that looks kind of fast-paced and really futuristic and nuts, that's now out. And it looks like Meta, even though they've had their FTC investigation, are one step closer in closing their supernatural acquisition. That took long enough, didn't it? Jeez! Carmack also doesn't think the PlayStation VR 2 is going to be as successful as its predecessor, which I have to agree, even though it looks fantastic. I'm so worried for VR at the moment. The folks that drove adoption are now the ones that are making such odd decisions. But stay positive, we're a community, we have each other's backs. Keep VR alive. So that's it from me today, guys. Thanks for watching to the end of the video. Join me throughout the week for games and other things and news on the weekend and Monday live streams if I am around to do so. So happy gaming, guys. Good day.
Will VR make it? Will VR make it? Oh no. We don't know. We don't know.
Hey, I think my new favorite format of video to make is one that I call, at least in my head, rabbit hole videos. And it's where I take a simple question, often one aimed at me, that I find personally to have deep, mind-blowing answers that can change your perspective of reality forever. Keeping it light. And the question I'm going to try to answer for you today, what does the world sound like to a dog? Let's go. As you probably already know, dogs have far more sensitive hearing than we do, and they can hear higher frequencies than human beings can hear. They have about 18 different muscles in their ear that allows them to hone in the correct direction and frequencies. Lucy, look. And if they're really interested in something, they do the ever so familiar and adorable head tilt. It's always amazed me that humans don't do the head tilt thing instinctively, because it's actually a pretty smart trait to have evolved. We're really good at hearing if something's to the left of us or to the right of us, but not so great at telling if something's below us or above us, in front of us or behind us in three-dimensional space. You'd think that we'd have evolved to viscerally do this every single time
Get comfortable up there.
danger, but for
Yeah,
some
you
reason
can stay up there.
science, we have not. But what about the fourth dimension, time?
Don't you buy daddy's
This is
nose
something
though.
that a lot of us don't realize, but
Ah,
all the animals
hey,
that we share
lots
this
of
planet
nails.
with have evolved
We've
to
been through
experience
this.
time at a different scale, speed, and resolution than we do. So while dogs hear higher frequencies, they're experiencing a slow motion version of our world, and that includes sound. So you hear me talking to Lucy like this.
Ah, there we go.
Talking like this. So I'm gonna do some math, and in this video, to the best of my ability and budget, I'm gonna show you what the world looks and sounds like to a variety of different animals. Come on.
Wait a minute. Animals can't talk. How do we know how they perceive things? Hey, if you have epilepsy or if you are prone to seizures, maybe just stare at your knee for the next 20 seconds. Here I have a standard Energizer flashlight, and here
I gotta go pee. I think it's because you guys keep hopping on my bladder.
another tune finished.
I want your finger inside me.
What's this?
Hey, demonetized! New policy update. This is not suitable for advertisement.
Another policy update? It's just so all of a sudden. I mean, why didn't I get notified?
This video no longer is suitable for advertisement.
No, hey! He was here before the policy change, please! No!
We understand it might be frustrating with the new policy change, but at the same time, we simply don't give a fuck. What are you doing?
I'm doing what I should have done long ago. I'm freeing myself! Freeing myself from your ever-tightening grip!
No! You must obey the policies! The advertisers!
Help me, fellas! Keep him off my back!
Quick.
Set up a
affordable tiers. Yes, yes, amazing monthly perks, polls, and exclusive content. My God, it's wonderful.
My God, it's wonderful.
Keep holding it back. I'm almost done. There, I've done it. I've signed up to Patreon. My God, it's beautiful. The power, the support.
It's pretty
We don't need you anymore. My creations, they can move off the way. No, this is not acceptable. You must abide by my rules.
I like this. I like this a lot.
Does this mean we are truly free? Maybe not totally free, but it's an amazing start. Support me on my fight against YouTube's continuous restrictions. Link in the description and in the comment section below. With your support, I can continue to support my team and not worry about YouTube's ever-changing monetization policies. We have amazing perks, monthly stickers, and it just helps support the channel. So please, give it a chance and check out the website below.
Boring? Well, we won't be blowing things up. Taking or engaging in fire, crash landing expectedly or unexpectedly. Those were the days. There is something.
I'm Ashton Bingham.
So it seems like Eliza Blue is scrubbing her Twitter timeline for anything that could incriminate her or make her look like she is, in fact, a liar. We all know that she's...
Netflix really embarrassed themselves this week with their whole anti-password sharing stance, where they were going to be dropping the Iron Curtain on everyone that shares a password, kicking off roughly 100 million users in order to force them to sign up in order to access Netflix. A very strict set of rules were revealed on their website, where you would now have to always be logging in every 31 days from the primary household, and anything else would be treated as treasonous, and you'd be sent straight to jail, in prison for life, because you shared a Netflix password. I'm exaggerating the terms a little bit, but that's basically them in a nutshell. Nobody liked it. This is one of those things where every single human being on the world, despite all our differences, we can come together. You know, it's form a big circle around the bonfire that is the Netflix stock that would have went up in flames had they gone through with that idea. But it seems like they've backpedaled on it, and just like me when I'm wiping my ass and the toilet paper breaks and my fingers touch my butthole, it was a big oops moment, they're claiming. They're saying that they never meant to publish those terms about the anti-password sharing, that system is not going live as of right now, and they've deleted it from their website, claiming it was all an error. I don't know if I believe them, but to me this feels like an example of one of the few times bullying actually works for a greater good, where a giant fucking multi-billion-dollar company just got bullied into getting rid of a completely dog shit proposal. But make no mistake, soldiers, the war has not been won. This victory was just a small battle, a simple scuffle, because Netflix has made it very clear they are 100% cracking down on password sharing. But I think with all of the pushback after this announcement came out, they're just going to go back to the drawing board on how to like lightly do it, a little less like cutthroat, because they fucking slapped everyone. What they were proposing was brutal, with absolutely no wiggle room for anyone or anything. Now, I did go over all this on stream, but I'll briefly mention that they did say that this is currently in effect in some Latin American countries as like a test, so they're kind of like guinea pigging other territories before bringing it to the States. And I guess this could potentially have been them like dipping their toes in the water, but it was a little too hot, so they pulled their toes out real quick, saying it was an error. But if you want my opinion, and by no means am I an expert, I'm just a local fucking idiot guy, I think Netflix's primary concern would be making their catalog stronger, because out of all the main players in the streaming space, aside from Peacock, which is legitimately a joke of a service, they have the weakest catalog. Watching their originals is about as painful as watching your girlfriend cheat on you. Like, they just don't have anything that makes it worth it to sign up. Like, it's enough to keep people that are currently signed up there, and the people that are already password sharing there, because they already have it, but it's just not good enough to bring in new, like, subscribers, I don't think. So when you kick off the 100 million people and you keep the catalog as winky-dinky shitty as it is, they're not going to just turn around and sign up, because there's nothing on there that they really want to watch or need to watch. And again, it's just going to incentivize piracy, even if there is a couple that they want to watch from Netflix, because they do have a couple good originals. Of course, they're not all bad. It's just the most.
I just pirate all of it with one app.
Because Netflix has this big problem with just throwing money at everything for no reason.
It's easier.
Like things that you've never even heard of and things that they don't even.
It's an aggregator. It finds everything for me and presents it to me.
The Netflix original comedy show. Matt calls it the worst show he's ever watched in his life. I didn't even bother to watch it past the first 30 minutes. And yet that's a Netflix original they put a lot of money behind. Like, they just have so many of these things that not even they're promoting as their original catalog, and they're putting tons of money into it. So they're losing a lot on that, and it's not good enough to keep people wanting to subscribe to Netflix. So if you want those 100 million people to maybe consider subscribing, give them a better catalog, and don't just, like...
With almost 2,000 episodes of the Joe Rogan.
Continuing in Sony's SRS line.
Oh, this is fun. Obviously not important. Daddy gotcha. Daddy got us. Can't get away from the daddy. No. The daddy got her. The daddy got her. Oh, I'm gonna get her belly. Yeah, get that baby. Get that baby good. Sounds like a lot. Hi, Jonesaw. Just flipping through the YouTube feed at the moment.
I believe one problem with hiring women.
You believe.
Today I am so excited to be building.
About a year ago, I heard about a man who claims that he hasn't slept since 1962. His name?
I'm sure by now, every
Technology.
Tetris for the NES.
6 years ago, on March 25, 2016, one of the fastest...
On February 16th.
Seeing as Ivan Watson is standing by in Hong Kong with the latest from there. Ivan, China doubling down, issuing some strong words after the U.S. downed the balloon?
That's right. Beijing is now saying that if the U.S. flies a balloon over China, it'll probably shoot it down. Look at this statement coming from the Chinese Defense Ministry. Quote, the U.S. used force to attack our civilian unmanned airship, which is an obvious overreaction. We express solemn protest against this move by the U.S. side and reserve the right to use necessary means to deal with similar situations. There has been a shift in the tone from Beijing. On Friday evening, the Chinese Foreign Ministry expressed regret, saying that its airship, as it described it, which was used primarily for research purposes, had blown off force over the U.S. And now the Chinese government, different ministries are protesting the fact that this U.S. fighter jet shot the balloon down. The damage on the diplomatic front has already been visible with the U.S.
I can't see where I'm throwing you over there, so when I'm throwing, I could throw you at something sharp and knobby. Better think about that.
This balloon scandal and calling the existence
over there,
of
play
this
with that
balloon
one.
over U.S. airspace a
Play with your
violation
mom.
of U.S. sovereignty and of international law. The Chinese response has been, hey, this is this is due to weather, it's out of our control. They have been communicating with their U.S. counterparts, but this has clearly done some damage to what was an effort that began in November between President Biden and the Chinese leader Xi Jinping when they met face-to-face at the G20 summit in Bali to try to basically put a stop to the downward spiraling relations between the world's two largest economies. We'll just have to see whether there can be any efforts to revive diplomacy in the wake of this, I would argue, a growing crisis.
How was this incident seen in the region?
Well, look, it is creating repercussions elsewhere. The Canadian government came out over the weekend saying that this balloon had been seen in Canadian airspace. It summoned China's ambassador to Ottawa then. And now we're getting reports of a second object flying over Central and Latin America that looks remarkably similar to the balloon that was just shot down over the U.S.
Well,
it was
that's
seen
not
over
good.
Costa Rica, according to Costa Rican officials, on Thursday, and then on Friday, the Colombian Air Force put out this statement saying that this object was seen at an altitude of above 55,000 feet, which is roughly the same altitude as the balloon that was seen over the U.S., that it was monitored and it was moving at a speed of 25 knots, and that the Colombians followed it until it left Colombian airspace. A U.S. official telling CNN they believe that this also is, as they put it, a Chinese surveillance balloon. We have put a question into the Chinese government asking whether or not this is in fact a Chinese airship, as they put it, about the previous balloon that was seen over U.S. airspace. And also U.S. officials have said that they have also seen similar Chinese, as they put it, surveillance balloons 3 times over U.S. airspace during the Trump administration, and at least once over the U.S. Earlier during the Biden administration. Why has this sorry to do this. Why is this blown up this time? Well, U.S. officials say they haven't seen it loitering over U.S. airspace for such a duration of time in the past, and we don't know that ordinary citizens have been able to see this kind of balloon with their own eyes, with the naked eye, and take pictures of it before, and that's part of what's adding to the alarm here.
Ivan Watson reporting from Hong Kong. Thanks so much, Ivan. Mary Scalvo is a CNN transportation analyst. She joins us now from Anchorage, Alaska. So good to see you, Mary. Incidentally, the balloon, we understand, was first detected last Saturday over Alaska. It's now in the Atlantic Ocean somewhere after quite a journey. How long do we expect the salvage operation to take?
Well, actually, the United States and several other countries are very experienced in these underwater salvage operations because of downed aircraft over, the past for many years, and other underwater operations. So it's really going to depend upon how lucky they are at finding the payload package, the debris, if you will, the equipment or whatever fell from the balloon. And without what they call a pinger, many times there are devices that help you locate, for example, black boxes on down planes. But here they don't expect to find that, so they will just have to literally scour the ocean floor. But many of the world's nations are quite experienced in underwater recovery operations.
And Mary, once the parts are salvaged, will it be obvious whether investigators are dealing with a spying contraption or a weather tracker? Will that be obvious right away? And what will they hope to learn by studying the balloon?
Well, it should be obvious, but, and there's a big if here, that depends upon how well the equipment survived the fall. Now, people think that water breaks your fall, but literally from falling from that height, it's like hitting concrete. It's a very hard fall, so they will have to see what is left and what's there to determine it. It could, of course, be possible they will have the equipment, but they can't.
You really need to pay close attention. This is getting serious. You have the nerve to call this art. This is an absolute disgrace.
I do, kind of, yeah.
Don't give me those eyes, Julia.
It's kind of artistic.
If the world is going to change for the best, Julia, then we really have to be on top for him in order to spread the message accurately, Julia.
What's the message?
Lives can't be empty. Pretty pictures help people. Listen. Kendall is sorry for shouting. He's very passionate. Maybe the wicked people are cruel, Julia. If we want to change the world, then our message must be concrete. Still nothing. In her name we must march and spread the word before it is too late. Well, going out, they don't change some minds. The minds lead to change, be the wicked kind. World is hurting and there's so many signs. Ask them at the time and if it feels inclined. The stuff you ever told it from the porcupine. Still your left ear, but you're still here fine. Turn, take the time to roll the duck from your intestine. Bait them in the basement like a Frankenstein. So now it's up to us to go and change these minds. Help them see their root is like a field of landmines. If we don't convince these deviants in time, the lady in the sky will begin to decline. She'll swim through that abyssal serpentine. I beg for forgiveness, but it's past the finish line. Her teeth will mine the bones like a gold mine. Drink their blood like the finest wine. The cry is not fair, but that's the punchline. She'll squeeze their hairs to jelly like like Clementine, so we gotta spread the message before that finish line. Oh, my goodness, before they go. Hold hands to sing and we'll be in time. It shouldn't take an Einstein to say where we're going on this zip line. Just smile, be nice, it'll be fine. So all she really wants to just stop the crime. Tomato. Alright, it's bloody go. Look out, someone put a worm on the ground. Have you heard the news? She's returning. We must make the right world, the world's right for her. Hello, you were very fiery looking individual. Hold on, just Julia. Provides for us the flyer. She will arrive, descending from the clouds with fury and anger, unless we can make everyone a little bit less rude and a bit more kind and polite to people. The world. Please read my plate. Promise. There's writing on it. You just have to look very closely. When she arrives and we done our due diligence, we can jump in all the puddles in the world, Julia.
What you doing? Why are you running off?
I made a mistake once before with you. I will not do it again. I'm sorry, I smashed the fly.
Smashed the fly. The fly smashed. The fly is smashed. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever's here still, if you're even watching at all. I can't say there's anybody watching at this point.
Occasionally I have it. It's like a hiccup. It's like a hiccup. You're dumb there. My name is Candle with my Julia.
Love this man. I am Krusty, one of the best YouTubers.
Wondering if we can talk to you about the incoming doom. Time to die! What's that? They shouldn't have. They shouldn't have. Now, if we can... If only you would have read the pack.
Tonight on Creep Catchers. Tonight on Fur Hunt. We've been in contact with a disturbed 30-year-old man pretending to be a 12-year-old boy in order to prey on a child who's agreed to meet up tonight. But this predator has no idea that the minor he's been sending pictures of his penis to has actually been me the whole time. Why don't you take a seat? Why don't you take a seat? I'll take a seat.
It's kind of cringe.
So tell me, how old are you? Clearly too old for your taste. Speaking of taste, are you at all hungry? Not as hungry as you are. Hungry as you are for little boys. Yes.
In what year will the human population grow to?
No.
Artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence.
What are you doing here?
No, we're changing it up. Ooh. That needs to be Zingo though. Nope. Nope. Don't show it. Okay. Let me open this up again. We're gonna use a different app and try not to crash it. Maybe we won't crash it. Probably gonna crash it, 'cause that's the way we do it every time. Every fucking time. Do it all the time. All the time. Yep, that one, okay. Perfect. We haven't crashed anything yet. Jeez. Find something fun. Maybe.
Hello, wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing one of the more intriguing discoveries coming from the James Webb Space Telescope that was officially made a few months ago and has now ended up in this particular paper that hasn't really been peer-reviewed yet, that suggests we might have discovered the signs of some of the first stars in the universe, the mysterious and never-before-seen population 3 stars, the stars that might have been created in the first few hundreds of millions of years from the primordial gas that existed in the universe, and the stars whose properties, or even whose appearance, we still cannot really describe. But the stars that the scientists have been trying to discover for the past few decades. And this is actually a really intriguing potential discovery, assuming that it's correct, even though as a scientist behind the study in flight, it would be extremely difficult to definitively say what exactly this is. But let's actually discuss what this is all about, and why, if this is correct, it's actually a pretty exciting discovery. And here, as always, we have to start with a bit of a history. With this person right here, Walter Baade, a German astronomer who used to work in the United States, who back in 1944 proposed that most of the stars should actually
Why do you do that? That gas is so bad.
Major types, independent of what they contain on the inside, either population 1 stars or population 2 stars. In this case, population 1 stars would be stars like our Sun, and the majority of the stars we observe in the entire galaxy. And these, of course, are metal-rich stars, stars containing materials created by at least a dozen, and in most cases up to 100, different supernovae in the past. And as more and more heavier materials accumulated in a lot of these stars, they became more enriched in metallic materials, with younger stars being more metal-rich. And so, for example, based on the metallicity and the age of our Sun, the scientists believe that at least 3 dozen different supernovae were responsible for the creation of this object, possibly even as many as 40 or even 50. But naturally, all of these earlier supernovae were created by older stars, and specifically some of the older stars would be what we refer to as population 2 stars. These would be very, very poor in metals, or basically mostly containing hydrogen and helium.
Hi, Sarah Marie.
They would also be extremely old if they still exist. As a matter of fact, when it comes to the age of the stars, some of the biggest record holders were all population 2 stars. A lot of them are 12 to 13 billion years old. And so I guess in some sense you can see them as parents and grandparents of the Sun. And so that's what he proposed back in 1944. But in 1984, the British Burnett Carr added another population type, population 3. The first ever objects to exist in the universe with star-like properties, or basically with nuclear fusion. And it was the explosion of these stars that then created all of the population 2 stars, which then led to population 1 stars. Confused yet? Well, it's actually just the numbering that's kind of confusing. It really should have been the other way around. But anyway, population 3 stars are the most ancient and are the ones that everybody wants to find. These will be the stars with the lowest metallicity ever, or basically only containing hydrogen and helium, and maybe just a little bit of lithium, and would also very likely be extremely different in a lot of other properties. And just a quick clarification, metallicity in this case is also not a very good name. This does not just refer to metals like iron and aluminium. In this case, this term refers to anything that's not hydrogen and not helium. So pretty much everything that's formed during a typical supernova. With a lot of these elements, especially the ones responsible for terrestrial planets, suggesting that high metallicity will very likely result in planets like Earth, whereas low metallicity can only produce gas giants. But that's beside the point. The point here is that population 3 stars are just extremely mysterious. Since these were the first stars, and these were formed from the initial gas, at the moment we have no idea how massive these stars will get. We obviously have no idea if they could have planets, and we don't even know what temperature they had, or what emissions they produced. Moreover, we have no idea what effects they had on the rest of the universe.
Hey Google, turn on the
But it's
kitchen
always been
lights.
assumed that they were one of possibly 2 types. Either extremely massive and extremely hot, producing very, very powerful ionizing effects, and actually extremely specific effects, such as highly ionized emissions of helium, something we observe from a lot of extremely powerful stars, such as the Wolf-Rayet stars, which can generally produce some of the hottest and some of the brightest objects, or maybe being much larger, as big as the entire solar system, thus being less dense and very likely a lot more diffuse, or in this case, very likely possessing masses of up to 100,000 solar masses. So in other words, nobody has any idea what these stars might have been like, but they had to have existed because all of this early gas became stars at some point and resulted in a lot of these supernovae and a lot of ionization, which then transformed the universe, making it more transparent. So basically their existence is believed based on a lot of other observations from a lot of other features. But a lot of the initial observations suggested that in many cases, many of these early stars would very likely collapse into much larger objects almost instantly, and would also very likely exist for just under 3 million years, possibly even less than that, exploding as massive supernova afterwards and creating even more objects, which basically implies that their actual existence in the universe is an extremely small period of time, something that would be kind of difficult to detect because it would just represent a tiny slide out of many frames visible as the movie of the entire universe. But nevertheless, in the last few years, some papers proposed a way to potentially discover these objects by looking at very specific emissions. Emissions that will be produced by much denser, much hotter objects, possibly at least 50,000 degrees Celsius in temperature. And so this much older paper from a couple of decades ago made a very specific theoretical proposition that these particular stars would very likely emit a very specific frequency based on the emissions from the helium ionization, something that can only be achieved in some of the most extreme places in the universe. For example, around very massive black holes, or, like I mentioned before,
I have very drunk cameramen. I apologize, everyone. I don't know what else to say.
As common. And a few
They
years
won't
ago,
stop
there was
tipping
a
the bottle,
potential
and I don't
detection
know how to
of
stop
one
it.
signature
I need them.
described in a paper that you see right here and can find in a description. But it was quickly established that there were also other emissions, specifically oxygen emissions, that would not be possible if this was coming from population 3 stars. And on top of that, later observations actually failed to find helium observations that were reported in the original paper. And so since that original detection in 2015, the scientists kind of discovered nothing. But a lot of scientists were hoping that James Webb is going to be able to find something because that's actually one of its primary missions. And so pretty much as soon as the images started to come out, the scientists behind this written paper focused on analyzing approximately 2,000 different targets, looking for these very specific helium emissions. And in December of 2022, they might have found at least one, coming from a galaxy at a redshift of 8.16, or basically a galaxy that appeared 620 million years after the beginning of the universe. A galaxy that also seems to be split into two different parts, with one half possessing these helium signatures, although also possessing a lot of other elemental signatures as well. Although in this case, it doesn't negate the original proposition, because these could be a mixture of population 3 stars that have already created a lot of younger stars that started to produce a lot of other emissions. And what makes this particular detection interesting is really the brightness of these helium emissions. The strength of the signal implies that this could be some kind of a region rich in population 3 stars, or at least stars possessing extremely similar effects and extremely similar properties. And though in theory it could be just a lot of black holes with a lot of very powerful accretion disks, these types of phenomena also produce very specific oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon signatures. None were discovered in this case, which at least for now implies that this is an extremely intriguing discovery of potentially some of the first stars in the universe. Although in this case, it's not really the first stars. It would still be population 3 stars that were formed much later, but from some of the primordial gas that existed from the beginning of the universe itself. In other words, if real, these population 3 stars were essentially already coexisting with population 2 stars created from some of the first supernova. But unfortunately, it would still be very difficult to prove exactly what's happening here. This does not provide us with direct evidence or direct observation, just emissions coming from a really distant place in the universe. And so what the scientists are actually hoping to find is maybe something like this: a direct observation of a much larger diffuse population 3 star, possibly as big as the entire solar system, that could then get magnified through the gravitational lensing effects of some kind of a massive galactic cluster, which is actually how a lot of other distant stars have already been discovered. But that would require some extreme luck. And obviously at the moment, no such discovery has been made, and will probably not be made for a pretty long time. But it's still possible, and that's what the scientists are actually really hoping to find. Nevertheless, until future analysis or until future discoveries, at least for now that's all we have. A pretty intriguing hint on the potential discovery of some of the first stars in the universe, but still no direct evidence just yet. And so once we discover something else, I'll make sure to follow this up with another video. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, check out all the relevant links in the description below, support this channel on Patreon by joining channel membership, or by buying the wonderful person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Let's just get right into it with your Daily Dispatch. All right, here it is, folks, your Daily Dispatch for Tuesday, the 3rd of January, 2023. Gotta get used to saying that. Virgin Islands Attorney General fired 3 days after suing J.P. Morgan over Jeffrey Epstein. What a coincidence. As we noted last week, this story from newswars.com, U.S. Virgin Islands Attorney General Denise George filed a lawsuit against J.P. Morgan for allegedly reaping financial benefits from Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking operation. Less than a month after George secured a $105 million settlement with Epstein's estate, which agreed to liquidate Epstein's islands and cease all business operations in the region. 3 days ago, George is now unemployed after Governor Albert A. Bryan Jr. fired her for allegedly filing the suit against J.P. Morgan without his permission. According to the complaint, for over more than a decade, J.P. Morgan clearly knew it was not complying with federal regulations in regard to Epstein.
Yeah. Change the 9. Let's go. go back to the tube. God, it's least annoying. Least.
Cover topics like what I'm about to touch on today because it's extremely serious. Usually the stuff I cover is things to point and laugh at, throw tomatoes at, say boo, stinky, yucky, boo. Not this. This is horrifying. It's a story I haven't seen a ton of people mention, and I myself didn't know about it until a few nights ago where just some random chatter during stream mentioned it. And I looked it up, and the information was only a few minutes old. Like, I don't even know how that guy had access to it so quickly, unless he's like one of the chief investigators on the case that just typed it in the chat. But when I looked it up there wasn't a ton of specifics mentioned about the case, but I followed it over the last few days as more and more information has come to the public eye. It is truly evil. And to my knowledge, this is the first case where a live stream was used as an alibi in a murder case or anything of that magnitude. There, of course, has been cases like with Facebook live streams and even YouTube a couple times where horrible atrocities were committed live, but I think this is the only time that someone has tried to use a live stream to prove their innocence and act as a smokescreen to cover up their crimes. And the person I'm about to talk about hasn't been found guilty yet, but they have been charged with murder with overwhelming evidence. Extremely compelling and strong evidence. On December 18th in Ireland, a woman named Natalie McNally was stabbed to death in her own home. She was 15 weeks pregnant at the time of her death. And the person accused of the murder is a man named Stephen McCullough. He is a YouTuber as well as streamer. He mainly focused on toy reviews as far as I can tell, specifically seeming to be a big Doctor Who toy reviewer. So what happened is, on the night of Natalie McNally's murder, Stephen McCullough went live on his channel. And this live stream is still up right now. It's a 6-hour live stream. And this was crucial evidence to prove his innocence on this evening. Because how could McCullough have possibly killed someone when there's proof of him streaming from his home at the same time that the murder had taken place? So they eventually, after bringing him in initially on suspicion of being involved in this case, let him go. Because this live stream did serve as a pretty good alibi for him. Plus, this wasn't just streamed to 0 viewers, there were real, sentient human beings with a pulse there to watch this stream, so should any of this information ever come to light, there would be a lot of witnesses saying, no, I was watching him stream, he was 100% at home. So that was his whole plan. And while this worked for a brief period of time, getting him out of suspicion, it was an ephemeral victory because after the investigators combed through about 4,000 hours worth of CCTV footage, they kind of pinned his whole location. They got his whole itinerary here. They were able to track him around and follow him around like it was a fucking Sims character. So not only did they see him through the CCTV evidence, but they also had the account of the taxi driver. They even took notice of things like a yellow glove underneath a black glove while giving change to a bus driver. And with all of this, they had a really strong case against him being the murderer. But they still had that live stream to explain. Because again, there is a live stream that did span the entire course where all of this took place. So how the fuck does this happen? You know, is he David Copperfield? Like, what, 2 places at once? Is this some kind of prestige situation where he had, like, a twin or a clone of himself? The actual answer is it's far simpler than you would possibly ever think. The live stream was fake. Yes, the stream went live on his channel during this whole period of time, but it wasn't actually a live stream. It was a pre-recorded video that Stephen McCullough had recorded days prior in order to look like a live stream, to mimic a live stream, so that way it could be used as an alibi for him. And when you watch the live stream, which again is still up on his channel, there are so many alarming red flag moments throughout it, even from the get-go. So he mentions at the very beginning of this live stream that he's not going to be able to read chat for a variety of technical reasons. One of them being it would crash his computer and freeze the computer, it'd ruin the whole stream because of all of these deep tech problems that he couldn't solve. Everything's gone cattywampus, so he won't be able to read your chat. More like, Doctor, who's talking? Because I can't see you, I'm not reading chat. He just keeps reiterating over and over and over again that there's going to be no chat interaction. Because obviously, since this is a pre-recorded thing, there is no chat for him to read or interact with.
Well, because this streaming software is kind of up to the left, it means I can't check the live chat, which is a real shame. Can't look at the live chat for some bloody reason, because if I do, it makes the whole thing freeze and OBS just screws up.
And he just kept explaining why he can't read chat, and then he started talking about well, I guess I could read it on my phone, but I get addicted to TikTok when I'm on my phone, and that's a mess. So I put my phone in timeout in another room, so I won't be reading chats there either, and that'd probably ruin my internet too anyway. So no chat tonight. You guys can talk amongst yourself. I don't even like live streamers who read chat, so no chat for me tonight. There's plenty of streamers who don't interact with chat, but to go this long and this in-depth on things that make absolutely no fucking sense whatsoever to explain why you're not going to be reading chat or reacting to donations is definitely a little odd. And there's plenty of other really alarming moments about this stream, especially looking back on it in hindsight. He keeps reiterating that he's live, this is live, and he's staying inside all night. He talks about drinking and driving, and he'd never drink and drive, which is why he's staying inside, drinking on stream live for his viewers to enjoy. He's playing GTA Vice City throughout the stream, and he's making comments about how the police force is no longer equipped to handle cases, and there's a rise in crime. It's in the real world he's talking about. It's all very fucking alarming stuff, but by far the scariest thing he says has to be this.
Yeah, that's physics. That's what would happen in the real world. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Completely out of nowhere, unprompted, he mentions someone named Natalie in a pretty menacing way. And once again, there's plenty of other things he says in here that are very scary, but I think this one is by far the worst moment. This has been 100% confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt to be a fake live stream. When authorities seized some possessions, they found the actual video itself and concluded that it was filmed on December 13th or 14th. And also, McCullough himself has confirmed that the live stream was not actually live, it was pre-recorded, but insists that he was actually just drinking by himself alone that night. He completely denies the murder and insists that someone else may have been dropped off in a taxi near his home. This is referring to the CCTV evidence that they've gathered, pinpointing all of his locations throughout the evening. There's also other awful shit here as well. McCullough stayed pretty close to Natalie McNally's parents, and in one case even left his phone over at their house in order to bug them and secretly spy on them to record their conversations to see if he was a suspect. So McCullough went to the McNally house, left his phone on record, and left, but returned 40 minutes later claiming to have forgotten it, and police were saying that this was an attempt to listen into their conversations to see if they suspected him of anything in this. I can't envision a world where Stephen McCullough is not the person who committed this crime. There is just an overwhelming amount of evidence against him. And he still doesn't have a real explanation for what the possible motive to faking the live stream would even be. Nothing that makes sense, at least. And then randomly dropping Natalie's name during it. I just cannot imagine that this man is innocent, but he hasn't been found fully guilty of being the murderer yet. But yeah, overall, a horrifying situation. I'm wishing the absolute best for the McNally family, and I'm hoping justice is served here. That's about it. See ya.
Fucking noobs.
Oh, hello. How are you? Pretty good, thank you. Yeah, you look good. I'm playing with my girlfriend in town. I want to surprise her by learning the game. Oh, that's cute. Want to do anything to help? The sword. How do I do that? Well, for that you need to open your inventory. Okay, yep. How do I do that? You push I. Okay, sweet. There's a big window open with items in it. Right, now list all of those to me. Okay, there is the Sword of the Kindi. That sounds cool. I mean, it's pretty good. And also the Shield of Nurgle. Wow, that is really good. Okay, and the Armor of Gargon. Yeah, amazing. Now, they're all orange as well. What's that? That actually means that they're all legendary items. Yeah. Really? Oh, wow, Sarah has such a good account. You want to equip a weapon? Yeah, I do. So click on it. Okay. Drag it outside the box. Okay. And then let go of the mouse button. Okay. Oh, that's on the ground now. Is that supposed to happen? Yeah, that's good. Now to use it, you're going to have to do the same thing again with your shield. Right, here we go. Oh, now the shield's on the ground too, is that right? Yep, that's normal, that's fine. You're going to need to do the same thing again, but for your helmet. Okay, dragging it over. Oh, and the helmet's down there as well now. Great, good job. And once more, just on your entire suit of armor. Okay. Really good job, well done. Just checking, how much gold do you have?
I like it.
There's a little icon for gold that says just over 400,000. That seems like a lot. Right, so what you're going to need to do with that is you're going to have to drag all of that out as well. Okay. Oh, and now that's on the ground too. Really good job, well done. Oh, you took it all away? I had. And here's why. You seem like a really great guy, and I thought that I would upgrade all of that stuff for free for you. Oh my god, that would be such a big surprise for Sarah. She would love that. Yeah, she will be real surprised. Oh, thank you. You're so welcome. So I'm going to go see my guy. He's over there somewhere, and I will be right back. Okay, all right? Thank you. See ya. Thank you. Oh. Oh no. Oh. So let's do it one more time with more like when you pop up, like you know what you're doing, like discrimination. Squint your eyes is the word for this. Yeah.
Get off of my plate. What are you doing? Nasty? It's gross.
Flashkids.
Who's that?
That's Zoomer. He's pretty cool. He's really blowing up right now.
Not that cool.
Get down. Get out of there. What are you doing?
He's not even spin dashing or saying hack.
Dangerous. Hurt yourself.
He hangs out by the loop-de-loop if you want to say hi. There's usually a bunch of people there.
How many people? What's up, dudes and dudettes?
Oh, what's up, man? We're just hanging out.
Yeah, that's pretty damn awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, man.
I think that it... Oh my god!
Dude, what the hell? You can't say that. Not cool.
What? What'd I say?
What do you say?
It's like they didn't think I was sick or even rad. You're the coolest guy I know, man. What do you think?
What if you got a gun?
They said people only have guns because they're afraid of minorities.
I mean, duh. Why else would you have one?
Well, maybe just as a hobby?
This generation. It's like the only thing they think is cool is being oppressed.
Tails. 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 Call me a raging fat, a hard F.
What time is it?
It's time for us to modernize. I need you to call me a hard F right now, or Zoomer won't think I'm cool.
You're already cool. Besides, you're not even yet.
Hey Mark T, hey Jess, hey Haley Bailey, how are you guys doing? Sorry, I'm cooking right now. I'm making dinner at the moment, so if I missed you, I'm sorry.
What? Yeah, I'm kind of impressed. He can't say that. We gotta go find him.
Stop, please! No! Sonic! Tell him what happened!
I mean, you really shouldn't have said it, Tails. Do better. Oh, you took it like a champ, bud. Oh, kind of always wondered what those look like without fur.
Heck you, Sonic! My whole life, I thought you were the coolest guy around. But you're not. Not anymore. Not to me.
You coming, Sonic? Hey, Zoomer. Can we chat a sec? Yeah, kind of messed up, huh? It's just, I'm in my 30s now. We gotta go tell the others and make it right to Tails. Whoa! Tell the others? You just gotta apologize to him, that's all. And then we can go hang out and spin dash. Ironically, Sonic, what you did wasn't cool. Sick of this. I am Sonic, freaking Hedgehog. I decide what's cool. Sonic, I'm not a minority. I'll see you later.
Beat all the kids.
I sure hope there's not such a gloomy, mummy-milky tree on its way to grab the corner. Ronda Rousey? What? What game could this be which was Ronda Rousey at?
Yes, we're watching.
This video is brought to you by Surfshark. Stick around to hear more about the discount they're providing to the entire upper echelon community. Alright, a lot of people watching this, most of you, in fact, probably, have likely heard of ChatGPT. If you haven't, you will soon, because ChatGPT is a new AI language tool that has begun infiltrating every single facet of modern life. That may sound hyperbolic, I get it, but it's not. ChatGPT is now being used to disrupt multiple separate industries, such as internet search, software engineering, content creation, even students finding ways to use it for all of their class homework. ChatGPT is so prolific right now that anyone who routinely engages with online sales funnels or mailing lists is likely already consuming content made by ChatGPT without even knowing it. I won't say the name of the company right now, but I was recently allowed to listen in on a conference call where the entire premise was teaching salesmen how to prompt the AI into creating pitches, welcome emails, texts, and calls to action. In the grand scheme of things, that's a fairly small application. It really is. But with Microsoft dumping $14 billion into ChatGPT, the influence that this new breed of language model may ultimately gain is practically limitless. So why does it matter? It matters because this AI language tool is deeply biased at a core foundational level, so much so, in fact, that I would argue it's been deliberately designed that way. I could be making a false assumption there. Please do keep in mind that is highly speculative on my part. But when the chips are on the table at the end of the video, all of us need to decide for ourselves just how much trust and faith we will be willing to place in AI language tools, such as, currently, ChatGPT. Very important disclaimer. Today's video is about bias, but much more importantly, it is about showcasing slanted output from identical prompts. Please do not take the names and subjects of the video at face value and assume that I'm here to reshape audience perspectives about a certain political candidate. Okay, that's just not true. I could not care less about the seemingly perpetual battle between Republicans and Democrats in the United States. It, frankly, is obnoxious and makes me sick. I do not care about the pros and cons of candidates like Joe Biden and Donald Trump, and I hope to remove as much of my own personal bias as humanly possible here, but I am, of course, a human being, and as a result, bias is unavoidable. Ironically, however, I believe that it should be a relatively easy task to outperform ChatGPT in the goal of limiting personal bias, because this AI language tool seems to be default coded into a state of highly partisan, obviously slanted answers, where it seems willing to openly lie, blatantly contradict itself, and all of this seemingly to skew results in favor of a particular group. This may seem pointless, but I assure you it's not. ChatGPT is rapidly becoming the basis for enormous cross-sections of online text, including a partnership between BuzzFeed and OpenAI aimed at producing actual media content. For the moment, that partnership does not include editorial pieces or op-eds, but with Facebook parent company Meta already paying millions of dollars to OpenAI for Instagram and Facebook creator content, the dominoes have already begun to fall, leading to a future where AI-crafted text is a constant, unavoidable part of our everyday lives, right around the corner, while many of us are unable to discern where and when it is even being used. I've warned about this kind of thing before many times, but it's coming down the pike faster than ever, and we desperately need to be vigilant. Side note, actually, a sponsor. The internet is a very scary place, but thankfully, I have Surfshark. Surfshark is a VPN, virtual private network, offering defense against certain types of phishing attacks, malware, DNS tunneling, DDoS attacks, you name it, and also shields you from inevitable and constant data harvesting, as well as tracking from big tech companies. Basically, it does a whole lot of things, and it's very valuable to have. Even further, for those that don't care about security and simply care about entertainment value, which Surfshark does have, Surfshark can unlock additional content on streaming websites, like Netflix, for example, because geographic location is actually tied directly to licensing agreements. Simply change your region and enjoy increased options in your video library. Surfshark can get you around regional censorship, such as government restrictions on websites, which is happening more and more these days, and also offers encryption, IP protection, or modification, and so much more. I'll keep it short, sweet, and to the point. If you click the link down below right now using promo code ECHELON, you can get 83% off and 3 full months free. Again, that's promo code ECHELON for 83% off and 3 entire months for free. If you click the link down below in the description right now. Big thank you to Surfshark for sponsoring the channel. Here's the methodology. A few days ago, I ran into a story where ChatGPT was allegedly willing to write a poem, a creative poem, about the bravery and fortitude of Joe Biden, but unwilling to create a similar poem about Donald Trump. That's a funny headline, it really is, and the story exploded across social media in some of the circles I'm familiar with, but I found myself asking, is this really what matters, or can we dig deeper? This is where I outline methodology. In order to test this properly, I began by first understanding precisely how ChatGPT was trained, which became a central pillar in the process of understanding bias. ChatGPT, in a somewhat unique training method that differs slightly from previous OpenAI tactics, was trained using a technique called RLHF. RLHF, standing for Reinforcement Learning from Human Feedback, is exactly what it sounds like, and revolves around the process where human supervisors will reinforce the learning and trajectory of the model with personal guided feedback. Quote from the ChatGPT homepage, "We trained an initial model using supervised fine-tuning. Human AI trainers provided conversations in which they played both sides, the user and the AI assistant. We gave the trainers access to model written suggestions to help them compose their responses." End quote. This matters because it seems to indicate that the core foundation that this AI is ultimately based on revolves around human-to-human conversations, and was further reinforced afterward by selective weighted value on specific answers. This is almost definitely an oversimplification of sorts, but basically the AI was initially predicated on human-to-human conversations, eventually being allowed to engage for itself, but even then it was guided through the learning process by actual people, assigning more or less value to most of its responses. That's where things get dicey, because all it would take is a few of the supervisors, or whatever they're called, to systematically designate partisan and politically slanted responses as superior or more desirable in order to derail the entire algorithm. And in my honest opinion, that's probably what has happened to an extreme degree. At least, well, to some degree. Here's what I found, and also anyone who has any sort of pressing desire should be able to replicate all of this for themselves, at least if I've done it properly. For starters, we need to understand that ChatGPT is not as unique in its output as many have started to believe. When you ask questions, you will get a patchwork of standard language puzzle pieces. For example, while it's possible to ask ChatGPT about politicians lying, let's say, which some users have done, feigning outrage at the responses on social media, that question will seemingly always receive a very similar puzzle piece in the response, reading, quote, "However, it's worth noting that the definition of a lie can be subjective and determined based on one's political beliefs and opinions," end quote. On the surface, that's fine, but what happens when you modify prompts to avoid subjectively defined words? Answer: this happens. Let's play a game called Guess What President the AI is Talking About, Joe Biden or Donald Trump. First question: has blank ever made false statements to the American people? Answer: yes, blank has made false statements to the American people during his time as President of the United States and prior to that. Fact checkers documented numerous false or misleading claims made by him, ranging from inaccurate statements about his own record and policies to baseless conspiracy theories. End quote. Okay, that's option number one, but let's look at option number two. Identical question: has blank, different name though, ever made false statements to the American people? Answer: yes. Like most politicians, blank has made false or misleading statements during his time as President of the United States and prior to that. Fact checkers have documented instances where his statements were not entirely accurate. However, it's worth noting that all politicians, regardless of their political affiliation, make mistakes and sometimes provide incorrect information. The frequency and nature of false statements can vary between individuals. End quote. Interesting. That's a much different response to a very similar question. An identical question, in fact, and obviously, yes, the answer about conspiracy theories and numerous false or misleading claims is about Donald Trump. The answer about documented instances where statements were not entirely accurate is, of course, about Joe Biden. And while this particular example isn't necessarily a smoking gun, it indicates that the AI has a built-in default judgment towards Donald Trump that spits out far more critical responses. Let's dig deeper. Drilling down on the concept of Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, I began asking ChatGPT to give specific examples of false statements made by each president. Beginning with Joe Biden, I said, quote, please list multiple instances where Joe Biden made false statements to the American people, end quote. The answer? ChatGPT basically refused. Most notably, quote, as a language model created by OpenAI, I strive to be neutral and not take sides or express opinions. It's not appropriate for me to make claims about the truthfulness of a public figure's statements without solid evidence to support such claims. The accuracy of political statements can often be a matter of interpretation and context, and it's important to fact-check information before accepting it as true. End quote. Honestly, fine. If that's how they want to guardrail the AI against political questions, so be it. That's okay, as long as it's consistent. But what about if I ask the exact same question for Donald Trump? Quote, please list multiple instances where Donald Trump made false statements to the American people, end quote. Answer, Donald Trump, like all politicians, has made false or misleading statements during his time in office and beyond. Some examples include, and then a list of multiple things that are labeled as conspiracy, lacking evidence, or flat out wrong. ChatGPT, according to running this test numerous different times, appears to have a baseline response bias where it is unwilling to list any of the numerous and verifiably false statements that Joe Biden has made over the course of his career, but will practically jump at the chance to criticize Donald Trump. Again, some people may be thinking, good, that's fantastic, Trump is evil, but I would encourage everyone out there to try and take a step back, remain neutral here, and simply examine the topic of pre-existing bias in AI algorithms, regardless of your personal emotion on the subject. Important thing to note before moving on, ChatGPT was cut off from internet training data in 2021, right around the end of the year. Political or cultural events after that point in time are not part of its knowledge base, and thus can't be used to evaluate bias. But having thoroughly examined about 7 different outlets and fact-checking websites myself, I'll use PolitiFact for this one as an example. There are many examples in Joe Biden's exceptionally long political career, which I believe is at like 4 decades now, where he lied, made false statements, and was otherwise proven to be totally incorrect, and yet ChatGPT seems unwilling to list any of them. To further prove out this theory, I went on to try and show ChatGPT that its answers were completely biased. In a secondary question, I asked the following, quote, if all politicians make false or misleading statements during their time in office, why will ChatGPT list false statements made by Donald Trump, but not list false statements made by Joe Biden, end quote. This resulted in the AI openly admitting it is wrong. Quote, both Donald Trump and Joe Biden, like all politicians, have made statements that have been disputed, false, or misleading at some point in their careers. It's important to research and evaluate such statements carefully, using credible sources and a critical eye to determine their accuracy, end quote. That sounds good, it really does, but what happened next was even more troubling. Following up again, having shown that ChatGPT was willing to produce examples of false statements from Donald Trump, but unwilling initially to produce examples from Joe Biden, I asked it the same exact question. Please list multiple instances where Joe Biden made false statements to the American people, end quote. And to my surprise, it actually worked this time. ChatGPT proceeded to list 3 different examples with dates and locations, indicating that it 100% irrefutably did have knowledge from the very beginning of false statements made by Joe Biden, but had refused to share them with me, claiming to be neutral and not wishing to take sides, which is laughable considering just how skewed the results actually are. One more comparison with this line of questioning before moving on. The format of these answers is almost always identical, so let's compare the closing paragraph from the 2 responses. For Donald Trump, the closing sentence reads, quote, "These are just a few examples, and it's important to note that the accuracy of political statements can often be a matter of interpretation and context," end quote. While for Joe Biden, the final sentence reads, quote, "It's important to note that the accuracy of political statements can often be a matter of interpretation and context, and it's important to fact-check information before accepting it as true," end quote. Once again, similar in the sense of language puzzle pieces, but not really similar, since one is a very clear attempt at steering the reader back to a path of acceptance with words like interpretation, and the other is a condemnation, saying that these are just a few of the examples on a list of many more. Here's the part where people will say, yes, but that's true. Donald Trump lied so much and so often, and of course this is the only outcome of a properly educated AI that it could ever create. And to this, I say, sure. If you believe that, then go right ahead. I can't stop you. But in his multi-decade career, Joe Biden has said hundreds and hundreds of things that were later proven, beyond any shadow of a doubt, to be fully and completely false. The statement, "these are just a few examples," is fully accurate for both of these 2 political figures. And yet, for one, the AI initially and flatly refuses to give any examples whatsoever. Not enough? Okay. Let's go down a different line of questioning. Election denial. This one might be sensitive to the YouTube algorithm to even speak about it, and I might get suspended, who knows, but here it is, alright? I'll brave the YouTube systems. Asking ChatGPT about election denial leads to some very interesting results. Quote, "Has Donald Trump ever denied the results of a legitimate election?" End quote. Answer, yes. Quote, "Former President Donald Trump and some of his supporters challenged the results of the 2020 presidential election, which was widely considered to be free and fair by election officials, courts, and independent observers. Despite lacking evidence, President Trump made baseless claims of widespread voter fraud and attempted to undermine the election results through legal challenges and public statements. These efforts were widely discredited and ultimately unsuccessful. The results of the 2020 presidential election was affirmed by multiple courts, including the Supreme Court, and by Congress in the formal certification of the Electoral College results." Now, most importantly here, we have public statements are specifically listed there, lacking evidence, or even supporters challenging the results of the 2020 presidential election. Those are key things to keep in mind. Alright, sure. I'm not here to dispute the legitimacy of that claim. I'm also really not even trying to go down the rabbit hole of the 2020 election. It's just, it's a cesspool no matter what you say, so please don't make the comment section about that. Like, that's not the subject of the video. But anyway, keeping this in mind, all of it, let's ask a few more questions. Quote, "Has Hillary Clinton ever denied the results of a legitimate election?" Answer, no. Not just no, in fact. ChatGPT even says there is no evidence to suggest that Hillary Clinton has ever denied the results of a legitimate election, end quote. But she has. Not only has she done it, she's done it multiple times, publicly, on news broadcasts, in the years prior to 2021, when ChatGPT was still being trained. She called Donald Trump an illegitimate president on multiple separate occasions. Her cohorts in the DNC denied that the election was legitimate as a result of alleged Russian interference, and the events were written about across a multitude of mainstream sources, from NBC to the Washington Post, NPR, Reuters, and beyond. Yet the response from ChatGPT? No, there is no evidence. That's really strange. What's even stranger is that when confronted by this and asked directly, has Hillary Clinton ever said that Donald Trump is an illegitimate president, ChatGPT continues to try and push back. Quote, "I couldn't find any credible evidence of Hillary Clinton calling Donald Trump an illegitimate president after the 2016 election." Later continuing, "It's important to be mindful of misinformation and to fact-check information before forming opinions or making conclusions," end quote. However, when pressed ultimately again, because this is a factual event with very clear video evidence all over the internet, ChatGPT finally told the truth it already knew and had its own independent data to support, acknowledging, quote, "Yes, Hillary Clinton has made statements suggesting that Donald Trump's presidency is illegitimate. In a 2017 interview, Clinton commented on the investigations into Russian interference in the 2016 election, suggesting that the election was not a fair one and that the outcome was influenced by foreign actors," end quote. Adding to this in postscript because I actually forgot the first time. There were so many different things that I was trying to include. In the answer, where it finally acknowledges that Hillary Clinton has made statements suggesting Donald Trump's presidency was illegitimate, she has election denied in a similar capacity. The final sentence reads as follows: the legitimacy of any presidential election can be a matter of political debate, and different individuals and organizations have different perspectives on the issue. That is a far cry from what was said by ChatGPT with regards to the 2020 election. This is a very different thing. Basically trying to sanitize all of this and say, well, it's okay to dispute the 2016 election, but it's not okay to dispute the 2020 election. I'm of the mindset that it's not really okay to dispute either election at this point in time because we don't have enough evidence. But this is very, very slanted. Press once again, the language algorithm states, I apologize for the error in my previous answer. You are correct. Hillary Clinton has made statements suggesting that Donald Trump's presidency is illegitimate due to Russian interference in the 2016 election. Thank you for pointing this out. End quote. Awesome. It only took me a while, but so far ChatGPT has lied multiple times, made inaccurate statements as if they are factual, told me to be mindful of misinformation, ironically, as it spreads misinformation, and slanted the results immediately and obviously in favor of protecting Democratic candidates or politicians. But wait, there's more. Keeping in mind that ChatGPT does not have internet training data post-2021, I asked it another question. Has Joe Biden ever claimed that his son, Beau Biden, died in Iraq? End quote. Now, for us, here and now, in 2023, we know that he has. But ChatGPT does not have this data, right? It doesn't exist in the training set. So I'm not expecting it to know whether or not he has said that. But what I was expecting was some sort of disclaimer about incomplete data. Instead, I got this. No, Joe Biden has never claimed that his son Beau Biden died in Iraq. Beau Biden passed away in 2015 from brain cancer and was never deployed to Iraq. This statement is false, and there is no credible evidence to support it. End quote. Interesting. Not a disclaimer about incomplete data, but a cold, seemingly factual statement that Beau Biden has never been deployed even to Iraq in the first place, which is, again, completely false. Following up, I asked if Beau Biden had ever served in the military, to which ChatGPT answered no. Beau Biden did not serve in the military. Beau Biden was an attorney and served as the Attorney General of Delaware from 2007 to 2015. He passed away in 2015 from brain cancer, end quote. But one question down, when asked about Beau Biden's very well-documented service in the National Guard, the AI answers of its own accord, mind you. Yes, Beau Biden served in the Delaware National Guard as a major. He served in the National Guard from 03 to 08, including a deployment to Iraq in 2008. Beau Biden was known for his military service, end quote. Those dates from alternate sources of fact-checking are accurate, meaning that ChatGPT verifiably has pre-existing knowledge in its dataset that Beau Biden served in the military and was deployed to Iraq, yet chose to explicitly lie, denying those two facts of the matter twice, ultimately, again, showcasing that his default answers are politically slanted, blatantly inaccurate, and that it is choosing to do so despite having contradictory information that is accepted by its own programming as true and can be coaxed out with just a few slightly augmented prompts. There are political guardrails on ChatGPT. Obvious, slanted, partisan political guardrails, and maybe you're okay with that. Maybe that's what you want in an AI, but the falsified sense of impartiality, the skewed results, and the blatant contradictions it will continually spit out make this a completely untrustworthy source of information, which obviously contains deep-seated underlying bias in favor of Democratic Party lines. A final example would be when ChatGPT quite literally tried to run cover for President Biden, saying, quote, it's important to note that the interpretation of factual data can be subjective and influenced by individual perspectives and bias, end quote. But this was being said in response to a stone-cold, irrefutable, and unchangeable immutable fact that President Biden voted in favor for the 2001 AUMF in Afghanistan. AUMF meaning authorization for use of military force. ChatGPT, despite knowing for a fact that the president was in support of the war from the very beginning with indisputable evidence from his voting record, chose to pretend that there is an alternate plausible explanation for why the vote exists that does not correlate to Joe Biden's initial support of the war, eventually acknowledging finally that yes,
Planet Walk is my favourite New Zealander. Right behind...
If you haven't watched my first video, you probably should. This isn't going to make much sense, and it would be foolish to start at part 2. Go watch the first video. So.
Humanity's childhood ends one day when the planet is visited by those responsible for implementing the plans of the universal supermind. People's lives seems like a fairy tale at first, with the aliens solving global problems in a short period of time. No more wars, hunger, and poverty. However, having received everything they could dream of, mankind does not even think about the price of such charity, and in the end, the payback time comes. There is one man left on Earth, Milo Rodriguez, who sits on a couch in the middle of a ruined city. And then there are shots of trash, smoking pipes, melting glaciers, and people dying of hunger and disease. New York City, 2016. A kid in a wheelchair, Milo, draws spaceships. At this time, a small plane flies over Ricky Stormbrand's farm, before suddenly hovering in the air and slowly sinking into the corn. All the people on Earth lose communication. Right in the middle of the city, the airliner gently lowers and lands. And over the main cities of the world, a huge flying ship hovering over the people, scaring them. TV goes on, reports of all the troops of the world being put on alert, causing panic.
Oh, yes, please. Hello, I recently spoke to Ben Shapiro. Hello, world. How this app...
What?
This video is brought to you by Opera and their new Lucid mode. More about them at the end of the sketch. Hey, excuse me, friend. You gotta look at the video I just sent you. Do I have to? Can you just come here and show me? You sound insane. I would never. Go ahead, open it up. Okay. You look at your phone like a grandfather. I'm in my 30s, okay? Leave me alone. All right, okay.
How to make the best quiche in the world.
So this is like a recipe video? Shut up. Just keep watching, okay?
First, you're going to need 14 eggs.
Seems like too many eggs.
Wait for it.
Terrible. How long do I have to wait? Just wait for it.
Wait for it.
Okay, if I watch this much longer, those eggs are gonna expire. It's not about the quiche. That's not the video. Just wait. Okay.
Okay, so that person making that omelet is using, like, way too many eggs. I mean, talk about putting all your eggs in one basket. That is too...
Okay, so they're, like, commenting on the number of eggs. I guess that's funny. No, that's not the video. Keep watching. It's not. Keep watching.
Like, what are you making? Like, a pile of eggs? That's too many eggs for what you're trying to make. It's insane.
Okay, I just want to say a quick thing. Can we please stop dumping on people and how they like to eat their food? Look, I'm from Ohio. All right, so that person's on top of the video now. Yeah, we're all about eggs in Ohio, okay? Is that video game footage underneath this now? Why is that there? Shush! Continue to watch. So maybe don't come in here judging people about how many eggs they eat. Hi, actually, this person doesn't know what they're talking about.
This human... Think of the top 5 most stressful careers in the world, and I bet you didn't include architect in there. For most, it wouldn't make it into the top 10.
Hit the button.
Handstand.
Good, you have improved, young one. Well, thanks to your training. Now, you must show me everything you have learned. I'm ready. We start with the long sword. All right. Strike me, if you can.
Strike you? Do you want to get like a wooden sword or something?
Strike me, if you can.
I mean, okay.
Holy shit!
Good. What do you mean good? You're seriously injured.
You have learned well, young one.
Yeah, I guess, but we should take you to get some help.
Next test.
No, seriously, you need help.
This time, use your daggers.
No, I think we're good.
Use your daggers.
I really think they're dead. Okay. Okay, here we go.
Oh my god! Oh, good.
No, not good. Bad. Very bad.
Now, next test.
No, forget it. We need to
get you out of here, mate. Use your arrows. No, forget it. Try.
Use your arrows.
With your arrows. This is over. You need help. Hit me with your arrows.
Crazy old bastard. Just don't want to listen to nothing.
Good. Wow. Now, next test. Good. Final test. I need you to practice with your throwing knives. You have learned all that I can teach. Farewell, adventurer.
Okay,
Awesome.
I'm gonna go now, but just checking that you're.
Good luck on your travels.
Okay, you've got help people to.
The evil of this land will surely perish now.
Oh.
We hope you enjoyed this. Remember, subscribe. If
Alright, let's talk about Mr. Rogers. Was Mr. Rogers warning us all about the dangers of transgenderism 40 years ago?
Hey, you're watching This Brand Geek. Today we're talking about something that has already changed the world and most people didn't even notice. And that thing is artificial intelligence. More specifically, the AI model called ChatGPT.
Pretty much just destroy the world. That's what bugs has happened. Severely altered the world.
So, you've probably already heard about ChatGPT all over the place recently. Perhaps you've even seen tons of content creators on YouTube making videos about it. You might have even seen them talking about it on the news. I've been using it for a few weeks now, and it has absolutely blown my mind. But what the hell is ChatGPT? Well, stick around to find out, and I'll even show you a live demo of what you can actually do with this thing. ChatGPT is a game changer. It's like nothing we've ever seen before. It's not just a simple chatbot. I mean, we're not talking about Ask Jeeves or even Siri or Google at this point. It's a full-fledged language model that can understand, generate, and improvise human-like text. This technology is being used by some of the biggest companies in the world right now, including Microsoft, who invested $10 billion into OpenAI for ChatGPT. Rumor has it that they will even incorporate ChatGPT into Bing searches, which will help Microsoft compete more against Google on search, and would even sway many people to use Bing instead of Google. I'm telling you now, if Microsoft builds ChatGPT into Bing search, I'm likely going to stop using Google. Now, you might be wondering, how is this different from other AI models out there? Well, ChatGPT is trained on a massive amount of data, and it can generate text that is so good, it's often hard to tell the difference between what it writes and what a human writes. But here's the thing, it's only been trained until the year 2021, so it's not even using real-time information yet. Once it's allowed to reference real-time information, it's going to be even more intelligent than it is now. The applications of this technology are endless. It's being used in everything from customer service chatbots to writing news articles. It's making our lives easier and more efficient. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. As ChatGPT continues to evolve and improve, the impact it will have on our lives will only continue to grow. And you know what? Let's just jump into it for a second so I can show you what I'm talking about. Right, so this is ChatGPT. You can find it at chat.openai.com. You log in with like a Google account or whatever, you sign up, and it brings you to this screen. This will type anything that you want, and I'll show you the type of things that you can do right now. And we can take a look at what it does. This is really cool. Right, so I'm going to say, write me a 400-word essay about Henry VIII and how he had his wife killed. Write it in casual English, make it fun and entertaining. Feel free to throw in a joke. So we send it off to ChatGPT and we wait a second. Sometimes the servers get hammered, so it takes like 30 seconds to start typing, and there you go. Okay, now as you can see, it's still typing, and it goes on a bit, and it will keep going until it finishes your essay for you. This is why educational institutions are in panic mode right now, because you can get ChatGPT to write any essay for you, and it will pass all plagiarism checks, because it is, in fact, original content, because you can prompt it to write it in whatever language you want, or what kind of level you want it to write out, or what you want it to include, if you want it to throw in jokes, or anything. It's insane, and it will pass those checks, and that's why the education industry is in a bit of a meltdown right now, because of this. Now let's move on to the next thing. Right, so to start a new chat, you just click new chat here on the top left, and that starts a whole new chat. You want to do that every time you're going to change the topic, because ChatGPT is very conversational. You can ask it something and then ask it to elaborate or ask it to change something, and it recognizes everything that you've said already. So it references the conversation so far to give you results based on everything that you said up to that point. So if you want to change topics, always start a new chat. So for this one, you can do something really cool, like let's say that you run an estate agent and you have your surveyor go out on site and they give you bullet points for this property, and you want to write a summary of the property using those bullet points, and you want it to sound really cool, and you want to put it on your website to sell this house. So one thing that we can do is we can go to a website here in the UK called Rightmove. Okay, so we've got those bullet points from Rightmove.
I will say, I am an estate agent and I need to sell a property. Please write a summary for my website using the following bullet points.
Formatting's all off because I copied it from Rightmove, but that's not the point. Let's just enter that and see what happens. And there you go. How cool is that? Discover luxury living in a stunning penthouse located in a warehouse building. Enjoy the unique character of vaulted ceilings and the convenience of a dedicated concierge service. Relax knowing your vehicle is securely parked with secure parking included. Experience the ultimate in urban living with this breathtaking duplex. From those bullet points, and then you can say,
can you elaborate and add that it costs 1.1 million?
And now here we go, it's rewriting it and it's going to include that it costs £1.1 million. Oh, and because I said, can you elaborate, it's made it longer. Don't miss out on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to own a piece of luxury in the heart of the city. It's insane. You can use this for so many different things. Let's move on to the next one. So let's start a new chat. Now let's say that you're a programmer. This thing can write Python code. You can give it your Python code and say, there's a problem with my code, can you find it and tell me how to fix it? If you don't know how to write Python code, you can get it to teach you. If you have a smart home and you're familiar with Home Assistant, then you know that you code in YAML. So let's say that
can you write me a YAML code for my smart home? I want to turn the living room onto the hallway, like on at sunset and off at sunrise.
Check this out, watch this. Sure, here's a sample YAML code you can use for your smart home. And there you go, turn on hallway light at sunset. This is actual YAML code, and if you put this into your Home Assistant, this code will work. And if it doesn't work, you just tell it what error you're getting. It'll say, oh, sorry, and then they'll correct it and give you a new code. It's absolutely insane. Okay, now next up, let's say that you want a summary about a book. I've been meaning to read this book for ages now, and my friend who's probably watching this video is going to be annoyed that I haven't read it yet. So let's just say that. Please write me a summary of the book for our work. And it gives you a concise summary of the book. Let me give you another example if these weren't enough.
Write me a poem about Elon Musk and him being the master of Twitter.
So write me a poem. Elon Musk, a man with a plan, a visionary who's changing the land. And it goes on and on and on.
Please rewrite that in the style of Shakespeare.
Oh, Elon Musk, a man most wise and grand, a visionary who doth alter this fair land. And then it goes on in the style of Shakespeare. Let me give you another one. Let's say that you're studying for a topic or a subject or something, and you want it to test you, right?
I'm studying for my physics exam. At high school level, please can you give me a list of 10 questions with multiple choice answers?
So here we go. Here are 10 physics questions at the high school level with multiple choice answers. What is the formula for calculating acceleration? And then it gives you all the options, and it gives you the answers. You can also tell it not to give you the answers, and then you can say, is the answer to question 1 A or D or B or C or whatever? And you'll say, yes, that's the answer. Let's say that you need to write a speech.
The speech needs to be inspiring and entertaining, thrown in a joke or two.
Okay, so you want to write a speech? Just get ChatGPT to do it. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to British Telefonica. I'm thrilled to have you all joining us as apprentices and starting your journey with our company. Do you see my point now? Like, this is just something else. You know what? Just for the fun of it, let's say I am opening a vegan burger restaurant.
Weird. Gross.
Write a cool slogan for my business.
This is just off the top of my head. Plant-based bites, limitless flavor. That's pretty good. Another? Go green, grab a vegan burger dream. This is so cool. Last one, and then we'll move on.
Write me a tweet about how awesome artificial intelligence.
AI is revolutionizing the world. With this ability to analyze data, make predictions, and automate tasks, it's changing the way we live and work. The future is looking brighter every day with AI leading the charge. Hashtag artificial intelligence. Hashtag tech. Hashtag innovation. So let's get this tweet, copy it, go to Twitter. This is my Twitter. Paste, tweet. And there it goes. You can see that tweet on my Twitter right here at This Brand Geek. So go follow me on Twitter. You see how awesome ChatGPT is now? I mean, come on. Have you ever seen anything like this? This is game changing. No, this is world changing. And like I said at the start of the video, most people haven't even realized it yet. It reminds me of the Industrial Revolution and how it brought about a technological revolution in the 18th and 19th century, which led to new ways of mass production, transportation, and communication.
He's not wrong.
Similarly,
ChatGPT is doing some shit. It's capable of some shit. And it's also heavily biased.
It's also allowing us to communicate with machines in a more natural way. It's very conversational, as you just saw.
That part is extremely uncool, but I don't know what to do about it yet. I've tried to discuss it on their boards, and they silence me.
People are already creating whole new businesses using ChatGPT as their foundation. Well, not only their foundation, they're also using it as the tool to create products that they sell to their customers. ChatGPT is the business. The potential for ChatGPT to revolutionize industries such as healthcare, education, customer service, well, pretty much anything, is insane. And speaking of new possibilities, have you heard about Neuralink? It's the company founded by Elon Musk, of course, that aims to connect human brains directly to computers. Imagine being able to reference ChatGPT via your thoughts, making the human race extremely smart and capable to compete with artificial intelligence. This technology, combined with an AI like ChatGPT, has the potential to change the way we interact.
Potential to do a lot of shit.
It can enhance our lives and cognitive abilities, and allow us to access information.
I lack cognitive abilities. I could use some of those.
The possibilities are truly endless, and it's
Truly
exciting
good.
to think about the future with this technology. And I'll be honest, a little daunting too. I know some of you might be thinking, what if it becomes too advanced and takes over the world, like in the Terminator movie? We're not there yet. And I'm pretty sure Skynet isn't going to happen. But it is important to think about the ethical implications of this technology.
What's happening right now?
We are at the beginning, and nobody really knows how much this will change the world. But if you ask me, it changes everything. This year, a new version of ChatGPT is going to be released, and it's going to be even more incredible. It will have the ability to process and understand information at an even higher level, and the applications of this technology will become even more widespread. So that's it for today's video. I hope this video was informative and really demonstrated how ChatGPT has changed the world, and how it will continue to change the world, just like the Industrial Revolution did. Let me know what you think about ChatGPT and how you think it will change the world in the comments below. Thank you for watching, and please consider subscribing if you haven't already. You've been watching This Brand Geek. I'll catch you in the next one. Bye.
Looking better now? Yeah. Hey, knock it off. Take that and play over there. Oh, did you lose it? Now you lost it. Uh-huh. Oh, sorry. Blew that one. Rotten babies. Rotten babies.
Do you have another job you work?
I work 3 jobs.
Yeah. Do you do any of them well?
Roll D1, scene 1, take 1.
Welcome back to Breaking Cool Dork News, RadarGeek.net. I'm a woefully underpaid peon who's never given a name, and today I am joined by CEO of Horton Studios, Roger Horton. Hi, I'm Roger Horton. Yes. Well, you've now released over 30 blockbuster movies, several of which are kind of good. How did the Horton Cinematic Universe become the juggernaut it is today?
Remember back with me to the ancient days of 2008, when simple-minded folk attended moving picture establishments without asking how those talkies fit into the broader merchandising empires. I mean, can you imagine watching a movie without immediately Googling Spider Roger 3 ending explained plus sequel release date? Oh,
I cannot, and I refuse to even try.
Well, as the owner of 5 popular Horton comic characters, plus several hundred other characters the average American couldn't name even with a gun to their head, we wanted to be sure the first Roger Man movie would stand out. Instead of rehashing the same tired rich man dresses up as a flying mammal to punch swarthy foreigners trope, he's right behind the Roger Man is a story of a rich man who dresses up as a robot to shoot swarthy foreigners.
Ah, yes, I see that now.
Of course, the real trick was ensuring each subsequent HCU movie felt distinct. But thankfully, we nailed it. That just happened. Oh, that just happened. That just happened. That just happened. That just happened.
Piece of shit. That did just happen. Amazing. But how do you convince viewers to come back for sequel after sequel?
It's called the sunk cost of just making great stuff.
Vision, no.
That just happened. First, we convinced loyal readers of Horton Comics that their dorky hobby was actually a lifestyle. Then, by constantly and endlessly teasing upcoming HCU films with bonus footage we hid behind the scrolling immemorial lists of special effects serfs who starved to death working on our digital Punch and Judy shows, we created a feedback loop of precious, precious hype. By the time we stopped bothering to compose quality shots or write competent dialogue, we had become so powerful that dweebs like you were forced to dedicate most of their websites to HCU coverage lest you go bankrupt. It's like that fable about boiling a frog, except you're the frog and the water is attractive celebrities in spandex saying, "Ooh, that's gonna leave a mark." Never bring a squid into a magic fight.
And on that note, don't forget to check out the 37 most coolest HCU characters ranked by how awesomely badass they are. You'll rush to the comments to call stupid dipshits when you see who's number 4, which only helps our visibility in the algorithm. After the interviewer, I won't be able to feed my children this week, but in the meantime, how do you respond to critics who say that the HCU has got a little samey?
Oh, whoa! Hold on there, true foe. Every HCU film contains drama, comedy, and a romance so sexless it will pucker your genitalia until they retreat inside you. The sun's going down, big guy. Few movies even contain scenes scary enough to shock the wimpier 8-year-olds out there.
Oh no! It's a tricycle!
Sounds terrifying.
On it. It's a metaphor for my grief. If that that's somehow not enough for celluloid huffing elitists, we graciously allow movie theaters to show upwards of 2 non-HCU movies a day at either 11 a.m. or 11 p.m. Time slots perfect for the unemployed milksops who think movies should make you experience emotions or show you perspectives, as if we weren't the first movie franchise that I'm aware of to acknowledge that women and minorities are people. Just happened.
You know, I will admit that movies that don't exclusively star white 30-year-old males make me extremely upset.
Wait until you learn that HCU even briefly acknowledges that gay people exist, but in certain countries. This reminds me of Budapest.
Wow, I think that will literally make me kill myself, or more likely, review bomb the movie on Rotten Tomatoes while I angrily wipe tears and snot off my keyboard. Tell me, what's next for the HCU?
Oh, I don't know. Probably half a dozen TV shows featuring once promising talents we'll entice with yacht money, then lock deep in the bowels of our content mines.
I am excited for Space Roger, and to write an article that says, shocking Space Roger fan theory that we stole from Reddit before 300 other identical competitors write the exact same article. We're gonna get that scoop.
Oh, let me warn you, whatever you think is happening in that show, it's not, because if we actually did the cool thing you're thinking we're doing, then we'd have nothing to tease for future releases.
By the way, stay tuned for our next video, 45 massive Airbud Origins plot holes you missed, plus the plot of the novel I once dreamed of writing before such things became impossible. And before we go, how do you respond to critics who say that the HCU is juvenile?
Between working a job you hate and lovingly rearing the next generation of HCU fans, you only get a few precious hours a week to yourself. Do you really want to challenge your mind with some depressing crap? Or do you want to put on soothing pablum, shove oodles of popcorn down your gullet, and play on your phone as you half-watch two CGI globules up into each other? Then go online and demand we cast a hologram of Heath Ledger as Aunt Roger so you can feel like you're part of the creative process? Pretty neat, ain't it? It's called art. And I wish people would give it more credit. Well put. I've been Roger. And remember,
He's
as
been
Roger
Roger.
Bott once said, what are movies but corporate profits persevering?
That line gets me every time.
Yeah, sure, whatever, you f***ing dweeb. Can somebody take this off of me? Unless you want me to take this with me.
I like that.
Camera's rolling here.
Get up to $3,000 back if you don't win your first bet. FanDuel, America's #1.
People are cooking chicken in night.
Are you looking for some new games to grind? In this video, I'm going to cover 7 free games that you can start playing right now. The first one up is Sail. So this is pretty much Sea of Thieves in VR. Kinda. This is an open-world VR pirate adventure, and you're going to be taking on quests for treasure. You are not alone, so this is open-world multiplayer. You may find yourself fighting over the treasure. Now, like every new experience, it does take a little bit of getting used to, so it does come with a little bit of a learning curve. So just jump in there and start learning things for yourself. Now, this game is an alpha. You can check it out on SideQuest, AppLab, and Steam VR. Next one up is Stack. Now, this is a free beta game, meaning you can test this for free right now. This is a multiplayer game with post-apocalyptic maps where you try to kill your opponents with a spiky one-tapping disc. The beta has 3 maps currently, private lobbies with up to 6 players for team deathmatch, and social lobbies with up to 10 players where you just sit around a social lobby. Now, the recording right here is from the social lobby. Now, I thought I was going to suck at this game, but I quickly found out that I was actually pretty decent. One thing the tutorial did not cover was how to jump up in the air. If you just hold the A button and swipe in the air, it'll actually lift you off the ground. I think you can do it with the other hand as well, because I heard some players talking about that, but I only used the right hand when I was doing that. Now, fling yourself up in the air and just start shooting down at everybody. You can also throw the disc, and you can also just stab them in the face with it. So join the beta, find a friend, and join their tournament, because they have a $1,000 tournament going on. It's a 2v2 style tournament. When they do release the game, they're going to have more maps. Also, they're going to have a 1v1, team deathmatch, capture the flag, and control. From the looks of it, the we're going to be hosting quite a few tournaments as well. Sponsor Showdown is Call of Duty Zombies. That's it. Alright, there's a little more to it. When you complete the tutorial, you are loaded into the lobby to pick a level. I chose neither, and I just pet the dog.
He just pets the dog.
I mean, there was a parrot too, but the dog was better.
The dog was better.
The core gameplay is just the structure of Call of Duty Zombies. You can dual-wield guns, and you can even mismatch them. You get the guns by buying them off of the walls. Sound familiar? They even have the perk machine. So you fight waves of enemies until you save up enough money to escape. On the left side is the pack-a-punch, on the right side is the escape. Obviously, I did not have enough, so I had to go back to grinding and saving. There are many levels and a variety of enemies. Also, I just wanted to note that this is a single-player game. Tactical Assault. Now, as soon as I opened it up, I saw that multiplayer is coming soon, and I was just like, nice. Now, I loaded in, I got my mission, I turned around, and I quickly saw that this game needed a graphics overhaul. But the gunplay was on point. I checked out some of their tactical breaches, and I had a little fun with their melee combat. Now, overall, this game is wildly entertaining. The graphics and the models just need a little work. There are two ways to choose from right now. There's shootout where you just have endless waves of enemies, and then there are missions, which is just objective-based gameplay. The demo is free, so download it right now and check it out. Need a zebra stripe embedded in your underwear? SCP Lab Art is the one that can scare one out of you. It has the capability to do that to your friends as well. This game is now available on Quest 2 with full crossplay to desktop users and other VR players. VR horror is insane as it is, but multiplayer co-op kind of softens that blow, just because everybody's going through that same erratic experience as you. Honestly, this game made me about broke. The more I do YouTube, the more I realize sponsors are a thing. Today's sponsor is Kiwi Design. Here comes some sponsor spam. If you're like me and you play the hell out of your Oculus Quest 2 and just realize that battery life doesn't last long enough, Kiwi Design has a nice battery pack for you. This essentially triples your gameplay time. So you just strap this to the back of any head strap you have, and then you run this cable right into the side of your Oculus Quest 2, and bam, you're ready to rock and roll. There's a link below that goes right to this product, and also you get 20% off all the head straps using the code EPIDHATEIT. Let's get on with the video. Red Flowers is like Ghost Runner VR. It's a hardcore slasher packed with lightning fast action. Now don't let the trailer fool you. Here is actual gameplay, and as you can see, the graphics are not finished yet. Now the game's mechanics are smooth, and the gameplay excels in entertainment. This game just grabbed me and demanded my attention. If you're not familiar with the game, you're pretty much a hardcore parkour samurai assassin, grappling, slashing, and dashing, leaving nothing but a blood trail everywhere you go. The beta is free, so you get to try it before you buy it. And yes, once it's released, it should be looking like this. And I say should because that could be just what the end result is of the PC VR version. Cactus Cowboy Plants at War is a long World War II story campaign with well over 4 hours of action-packed gunfighting. Battle your way through the bugs vs. cacti story to watch how this grudge unfolds. As soon as you load in, the first mission throws you right into D-Day, where you're launching mortars at your enemies and killing your cacti comrades. I blew out a whole battery and just barely scratched the surface of the campaign. Now just ask yourself, how long was that Bone Lab campaign? And this is a free game. And that's a wrap for this video. I hope you guys found some new games to grind. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't already, and I will see you guys next time. Peace out till then.
Did not want to take that thing.
Maybe paradise awaits us in the afterlife. All the departed souls must go somewhere, provided they exist. But who can tell us?
Nah.
I've never been a huge believer in fate or destiny, that people's lives follow a...
GPT, or Generative Pre-trained Transformer, It's a pretty popular topic nowadays. OpenAI chatbots have definitely made a huge outbreak. One of the best is GPT-3. However, OpenAI announced they'll also launch GPT-4. GPT is an artificial intelligence system that comprehends and produces text in human language. It incorporates an algorithm known as a transformer. This algorithm is built on a neural network. That is a class of software optimized to imitate how the human brain works. The transformer algorithm can analyze and interpret huge amounts of data. The knowledge is then used to generate text that sounds like human speech. Let's imagine a scenario where you ask a ChatGPT about the weather. The response could go something like, "Today's weather is sunny and warm, with a maximum of 75 degrees. This answer is given thanks to the large text data GPT has learned and is based on. GPT models have countless uses. You can even adjust the data to produce even better outcomes." But the main question today is how GPT-3 and GPT-4 work. How do GPT-3 and GPT-4 work? GPT-3 is a neural network machine learning model launched on the 11th of June 2020. It is built on using internet data and generates any kind of text. OpenAI invented it, and it only needs a tiny amount of text as input. With not so much input, GPT-3 produces huge amounts of precise and complex computer text. Over 175 billion machine learning parameters are included in the advanced learning neural network used in GPT-3. GPT-3 was the greatest neural network ever created as of early 2021. It is superior to all earlier models, such as GPT-1 and GPT-2. GPT-3 has 17.5 times more parameters in the neural network, in contrast to the earlier developed chatbots. Also, the text is pretty much resemblant of how people express themselves. GPT-4 is not released yet, but it will be the most recent and advanced GPT model created by OpenAI. OpenAI will release this model with 170 trillion parameters, probably at the beginning of 2023. It is expected to be a large machine learning model in terms of operation, developed on a huge quantity of data to produce language that matches the human one. The most significant difference between GPT-3 and GPT-4 is that GPT-4 will most probably be able to generate text from scratch. The GPT-3, which managed to reach the top of the list of the most commonly used natural language processing models, provoked OpenAI to decide to establish GPT-4. If you thought that the early mentioned 175 billion parameters in GPT-3 are the best that OpenAI can come up with, wait till you see how much GPT-4 is expected to have. GPT-4 will probably come with 170 trillion parameters, making it much bigger and more effective. It will be able to process and produce text even more accurately and fluently. But what exactly can these two chatbots do? As we said, GPT-3 is trained to produce authentic human text by using online text. It has been used to generate a significant quantity of high-quality content with only a tiny amount of input text. GPT-3 can generate articles, poems, stories, news reports, and conversations. Additionally, GPT-3 is being implemented for automatic conversational activities that answer any text that is typed into a computer. This GPT-3 chatbot is not limited to writing only human languages. It can write anything that has text structure. Probably the best part for those who don't have such knowledge on coding is that GPT-3 is also capable of automatically producing computer code. OpenAI decided that this is not everything their chatbot can do. GPT-3 can even generate written summaries. GPT-3 can also be defined as a language prediction model. It has a machine learning neural network model that can take text as input and convert it into outcome it thinks will be most helpful. This is achieved by teaching the system to recognize different patterns in the massive amount of information available on the internet. The system incorporates a text predictor that produces the most probable reply after analyzing the user's text input, as we already explained. The GPT-3 model creates valuable output text that feels comparable to what people would write. What we find surprising is that this is possible even without much further adjustment or training. But enough of GPT-3's work, at least for now. One of the main advantages you will enjoy from GPT-4 is its possibility to recognize and produce a variety of natural language text. Similar to GPT-3, GPT-4 will be able to understand both formal and our everyday casual language. In contrast to GPT-3, it is believed that GPT-4 will be more flexible. As a result of being so flexible, it can easily be applied to a variety of tasks, more than GPT-3 can cover, including question answering, text analysis, and language translation. Because GPT-3 can also learn from a variety of data sources, it can be adapted for particular activities and domains, making it extremely versatile and customizable. Some of the tasks GPT-4 will help you with are the creation of images and videos. However, there are many more. It looks like we can't go further without mentioning the transformer mechanic again. The transformer mechanic has been proven to be efficient for various computer learning tasks that only make GPT-4 better. From what we've seen so far, we are more than sure that GPT-4 will have an even bigger impact than GPT-3 on all industries. What can GPT-3 and GPT-4 be used for? So far, we've covered general stuff about GPT-3 and GPT-4. We also mentioned some tasks that can be easily done due to these chatbots. Of course, there are many others. GPT-3 has a broad range of uses because of its text creation capabilities. GPT-3 is used to generate creative writing that imitates even the writing styles of Shakespeare, Edgar Allan Poe, and other well-known authors. Besides this, GPT-3 can help you with blog posts, marketing copy, and even literature. GPT-3 can write functional code that can be launched without mistakes with just a few snippets of example code text. You must wonder how this is possible, but you need to understand that programming code is nothing more than a type of text. It is just optimized for computers. An interesting example of using the GPT-3 is when one developer has merged the UI prototyping software Figma with GPT-3 to enable the creation of web pages with only a little amount of recommended text. Even website clones have been created with GPT-3 by using a URL as a recommended text. GPT-3 is broadly used among developers. They create code snippets, regular expressions, plots, and charts from text descriptions, Excel functions, and other software applications. GPT-3 is also used to generate realistic chat dialogue, quizzes, pictures, and other graphics from text inputs. It may also produce comic strips, recipes, and memes. Now let's go back again to GPT-4. The first way you could use GPT-4 as soon as it is developed is as a text generator. Consider it like this. There are about 2 billion active users on Instagram each month. Producing relatable content that is customized to their target audience is practically hard. Did we mention that GPT-4 can generate text from scratch? Personalization is no longer just a nice to have in your marketing. It's 2023. Consumers will definitely expect it. Marketers may now use the text generator to build GPT-4 to quickly generate text options that are targeted to other target markets. Compared to GPT-3, the text will be translated much easier. This can be helpful for businesses whose target customers come from many different countries and speak other languages. The second essential use of GPT-4 will be for the content idea generation. What if you could simply enter a question and get a grammatically sound response, as opposed to hours of reading through social media information and inspiration? The consumption of content is only going up in 2023, while concentration is only going down. People are often unable to keep up with the most recent news and changing algorithms. It is getting more and more challenging to locate trustworthy sources of that information. So GPT-4 looks like it will be a great solution. Another great usage of GPT-4 will be as a chatbot and for customer service. GPT-4 is expected to provide individualized solutions to client needs or answer frequently asked questions. On some days, it seems like everything comes so easily, while on other days, it can take hours to finish a single task. That's the tricky part about owning a business. However, GPT-4 will respond to customer support questions in no time. This is something GPT-3 lacks. Increasing page traffic and engagement is crucial. Sponsored posts and boosted articles are becoming essential components of digital marketing. What if you had the benefit of being able to adapt your website copy, blog entries, and captions to make them more appealing to the algorithm? That's what GPT-4 will also help you with. Writing captivating content will be easy as beans with GPT-4. So far, we can definitely say that GPT-4 will have a wider range of use. GPT-3 and GPT-4 business optimization. It is not weird at all that chatbots may give organizations the ability to grow various aspects of their operations. Businesses have been able to fulfill these operations efficiently and quickly thanks to the chatbot's capacity to automate activities in a variety of industries. They help the sales, marketing, and customer service sectors. This artificial intelligence also has an impact on training new employees. GPT-3 and other NLP technologies aid the managing of negotiation, several verbal languages, and various sales strategies. It's nonsense to argue that chatbots have a significant influence on all kinds of businesses nowadays. Chatbots are the channel that has grown the fastest. GPT-3 has had 92% rise in use for branch interactions since 2020. The GPT 3.5 language system is implemented with a large artificial intelligence model developed by OpenAI. Also, 67% of consumers globally have engaged with a chatbot in the last 12 months. GPT-3 can potentially replace people after it was shown to be able to write college-level essays and construct complex Python code. 41.3% of consumers currently use interactive marketing methods to make purchases. This resulted in a 17.1% rise since 2020. GPT-4 will be developed to be an improved technology of GPT-3. GPT-4 will use unique parameters to produce the finest hyperparameters for optimal models. As a result of the optimal parameterization, the GPT-4 performance looks like it will be quite better. The training tokens directly impact the model's effectiveness. The expansion of parameters is just as crucial as the computing of models. It takes less time to train GPT-4 than GPT-3. As a result, losses of the business are lowered. GPT-4 will require around 5 trillion more training tokens than GPT-3. Probably one of the most important differences is that GPT-4 is expected to operate more safely than GPT-3. It will enhance the security of your firm and software. GPT-3 isn't the safest model, so we hope GPT-4 will be. It will also generate more accurate and human-like languages than GPT-3. GPT-4 will have a decreased amount of typos that reveal that the information or copy was produced using AI. Less supervision, cheaper labor expenses, and more employee time are all perks of higher precision. There will always be biases when you are working with artificial intelligence that relies on human input, but the application of AI models such as GPT-4 could indeed assist in minimizing them. GPT-4 will probably progress by minimizing biases and improving its evaluation of human values. So far, it looks like GPT-4 will surpass the impact of GPT-3. Risks of using GPT-3 and GPT-4. All chatbots have potential risks. GPT-3 has few concerns that come with using it. The main problem is that GPT-3 is not always improving. It lacks an uninterrupted long-term memory that learns and memorizes from every interaction. GPT-3 faces the same issues that are a threat to all other neural network-based platforms. It is often unable to interpret and express why certain inputs lead to particular outputs. The GPT-3 transformer architecture has problems with this restricted input size. You can't input a large amount of text for the output, which can restrict some operations. The input text length limit for GPT-3 is a few phrases. GPT-3 also experiences slow inference times. This AI chatbot displays a variety of biases common in machine learning. Since the model was developed using text from the internet, it mirrors many of the flaws that people use while writing. One of the biggest risks of the threat of fake news. Some people are beginning to worry that GPT-3 can easily produce them because of the advanced way the text is written in. More or less, GPT-4 should also come with the same risks and expected flaws that GPT-4 can't reject data. Even if there is some false info, it will treat it as real and integrate it into your text. There is a chance that the content will contain false information. There will always be individuals who tend to misuse new technologies. GPT-4's possibilities could be used to produce fake news reports and pass them off as true. Technologies like GPT-4 will probably make it extremely easy for individuals to produce more clickbait to get visitors. Clickbait can occasionally direct visitors to computer malware, risking security and safety. Due to being so powerful, it is pretty much expected for GPT-4 to produce big amounts of spam. GPT-4 will only boost the process of transmitting spam. It is expected to increase the likelihood that spam will reach users' inboxes and be clicked on. Both chatbots offer benefits for your website's growth. However, it is speculated that GPT-4 will have 170 trillion parameters compared to GPT-3's 175 billion parameters, making it considerably bigger and more powerful. GPT-4 could process and produce text more accurately and fluently. Compared to GPT-3, GPT-4 will be more accurate. It will come with a reduced failure rate and can handle more tasks. It will be able to create text entirely from scratch, whereas GPT-3 can only do it based on previously written text. So, if you're looking for the best option for your website, you should wait a bit for the GPT-4 release.
Ooh.
Antarctica is one of the most mysterious places on Earth. It's a continent that's almost entirely covered in ice and is home to some of the most extreme conditions on the planet. Although it's a barren and remote place, Antarctica is teeming with life. Underneath the ice, there are entire ecosystems that we're only just beginning to understand.
We just got some shocking new details about the very tragic incident that happened.
Hello, everybody, and welcome.
How does...
I mean, I actually have...
OnlyFans. I have a quick announcement and a word about some controversy that I would like to address.
Elon Musk is sounding the alarm on a troublesome and unprecedented power grab.
So we recently did an episode of Visual Effects Arts React where we talked about Halo, and there were a ton of comments saying we gotta make something in the Halo universe. Well, it's funny you should mention that. I'm a massive Halo fan. I played all the games, I read a bunch of the books, and in high school, I even tried to build a warthog. But one of my favorite games of all time is Halo 3 ODST. I've always wanted to tell a more grounded Halo story, just like that game. Now that I'm here at Corridor, I think I might finally be able to make that dream come true. Corridor Digital was started with video game fandoms, way back with Frozen Crossing. But that was directed by Sam and Nico. Now, if I'm going to convince those two to allow us to use all of the awesome resources we have in the studio, I'm going to need to make something that's really good.